Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show for trade ideas for Tuesday, July the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Yes, yes, and yes. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, it looks like we're good to go. No reports of data problems from Sebastian, who is the owner of the room. So it looks like we're good to go today, guys. Fingers crossed. So what's happening today? I want to take a look at TDS. Okay, so TDS, I didn't really realize, but TDS was lumped in with a T and Verizon VZ and Fiber FYBR. One of those companies being singled for having the lead line cables. Now they've come out and said, you know what, our exposure is very limited, something like 10 miles of cable. So anyway, this stock has popped a little bit on that news. Okay, there's TDS, a little bit on that news. Yesterday's high, sorry, 2 days ago, the high was 808. So I guess it has a shot to get into that area. So they're trying to mitigate the bad PR for all of this. And I haven't really seen T or Verizon or the other ones moving down any more today, but you never know. So anyway, that is the news on the lead lined cable sector. I guess we'll call it a sector. So what else is happening? BPTS trading higher after some agreement with SEQ SEQENS to produce some an active compound. So this is a bio. So it's gapped up a lot, 44%, only 2.9 million in the float. Out of France, Paris. It's out of France. BPTS. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Mike's, MICS. Yeah, MICS. I guess they've expanded their coverage. I don't know if they've expanded their coverage with Walmart or they're expanded coverage from within Walmart. They also have a $10. Oops, wrong one, wrong one. I'll get to KPTI in a second. Expanded retail presence. So an expanded retail. So I guess they already were in Walmart and now they've expanded it. Okay. Or maybe not. It's hard for me to understand. This could be read both ways. They've expanded their retail presence within Walmart, or this is the first time. At any rate, Walmart's in the press release, and that is for MICS. This is just showing up, guys. HYPR is just showing up. Hyperfine. Hyperfine study targets better stroke care. Okay. So that is just showing up. Now, Schwab, you know what? I'm surprised. I don't see that many earnings plays this morning that have showed up. Okay. I mean, on my well, here's one. I didn't see this one. So PNC is an earnings play. Guess it's getting hit a little bit here, down 3%. PNC is an earnings play. I know there are going to be more earnings plays, but they haven't showed up in my pre-market actives up or down, meaning that they haven't passed some filter requirements. Schwab is an earnings play. Where are you? There you are. So anything with a 0.25 or minus 0.25 will be an earnings play. So there's Schwab, SCHW, earnings play. That's a big gap for Schwab with 1.6 billion in the float, up 5%. Now, and look at the room it's got. Now, it to be negative or anything, but my initial inclination is to fade this, to think about a fade on this, but there is a lot of room. Yeah, 61.11, and yeah, so there is a lot of room because the next high looking left on the weekly is 77.32. In no way am I trying to say it's going to get up to 77.32, but at least there's no chart resistance on the weekly chart anyway. And that is for Schwab. 1.6 billion. You're scratch those eyes, Grumpy. 1.66 billion. Did I say million? 1.66 billion in the float. If I said million, I apologize. Now, here is an earnings play that is getting hit a bit. Massey, MASI, MASI. So, actually, what am I saying? This is being hit. It's not an earnings play. Excuse me. This is not an earnings play. This is okay. It is not an earnings play, but it may as well be. What they've done is they've released preliminary data. They don't actually release until the 8th, August the 8th, but they've released preliminary data, and obviously not good. So look at this, down 26%, MASI. Huge, huge move down now. And this is not a big float for a $107 stock, only 50 million in the float. Yeah, boy, that's a big collapse for MASI. So here, I don't think this is going to be the wild one just because of who did the price target. But let's take a look at KPTI. KPTI, and I think yeah, so they received FDA fast track designation for its drug. And also Wainwright has put a $10 price target on them. I just don't think Wainwright has that much clout, but that is the sort of the double news then for KPTI, FDA fast track, plus Wainwright putting a $10 price target. Now, is that the original DMAC, or is that just a pseudo DMAC? DMAC, how are you, my friend? Boy, it's been a long time. I think I haven't. You did used to do it in caps. I think that's why that's what confused me. Yeah, great to see you. And then there's Link, L-I-N-K, L-I-N-K, Link. So a big pop up. It's pulled back quite a bit though, 21 down to 17. Somebody posted all the news. And this is a low float, 1.1 million in the float. So this, I mean, this could obviously go crazy. It's basically a lifetime high. Yeah, drug split was earlier. DRUG, the split was earlier. Um, are they in psilocybin biotech? Just trying to see if there's any. Well, okay. So that float is probably incorrect. Let me just check. I don't know. Maybe that has been split adjusted. Let me just do a quick look at another website. Yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, my bias. The only thing that's challenging my bias on Schwab though is this huge gap potential fill. If this were any other type of a stock, like if it were a bio, I just have this feeling though because it's it's a financial. But hey, but this is a big move for Schwab. Now 6.6% with that float. That's a big move. So let me just quickly take a look at. Okay, what was I looking for? Shoot, I can't remember the stock I was looking to check the float on. It was in Schwab. Oh, it was drug. It was drug. I wanted to see if we are correct right now, if that has been, yeah, so that still has not been split adjusted. Okay. Actually drug has about 1.4 million, about 1.4 million in the float. Okay. And again, I can't fault our provider. The float information gets updated twice a month. That is sort of universal. It's nothing to do with our provider. So that still has not been adjusted. So really, if drug ever gets moving, it only has about 1.5 million in the float. And meanwhile, let's take a look at the SPY. You're going to have kind of a flat open, a little bit down. All right, let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com, the new way I'm taking a look at them. Oh, we have more downgrades and upgrades. Now, I did see Goldman. See if it's here. Goldman had some upgrade or downgrade for some company, but it was already basically at that price. It was around $10. Just can't remember which one it was now. Okay, I'll get the upgrades in now. See if there's anything interesting. There's TDOC. TDOC is on the move a little bit here. TDOC, TDOC. Now let me see. Let's take a look at CAMT. See what the price is right now, if this upgrade has already taken effect. Okay, so CAMT, Bank of America, has upgraded them now. I guess maybe they originally had a price target of 30, but now it's 50. So the stock is at 43 right now. This is an Israeli stock. I only mention this because I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years ago, I can't really remember anymore. Hardly ever saw any Israeli companies, and we see a lot of them now that are listing on the U.S. exchange. Anyway, CAMT, Bank of America, upgrade to $50 for CAMT, and 27 million in the float, so it's a low float. I want to thumbnail that one. We have an upgrade for Carnival, CCL, upgraded to $21 by Argus. Don't know Argus too well. Interest upgrade by Evercore. Let's take a look. That looks like a pretty high upgrade because I don't think Pins is anywhere near. Wait a second, before I say it. Yeah, it's closer than I thought. Anyway, an upgrade to $41, okay, by Evercore, and that is for PINS, Pinterest. Boy, yeah, Schwab is on the move, guys. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. I've got the downgrades in now. They say, wow, the downgrade list is a lot bigger. So, see if I can find some interesting things on the downgrade side. Interesting. ATVI has been downgraded by Wells Fargo, Baird, and Atlantic Equities. Now, this is the one being brought by Microsoft, right? Interesting. So there's a bunch of downgrades for Activision right now, ATVI. And price targets of, wow, it doesn't, no, okay, 95, 90, and 95. So it's already there. SCHW over and over and over again, my gap up. More and more new highs being made in the pre-market for Schwab. That's the one. It was Frey. FREY was downgraded to $10, but I think it's already there. And that was downgraded by Goldman. That's what I was thinking of. Actually, you know what? I was complaining, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago. I wasn't getting my upgrades and downgrades sent to my email anymore by briefing.com. I couldn't see how to. Anyway, now I've gone to their site. This is a lot better. There's a lot more information. So NCLH has been downgraded by Truist, okay, whereas CCL was upgraded, not by the same firm. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Shop is a downgrade. Yeah, I saw that one. Shop is a downgrade. Hasn't really affected it yet. Evercore downgraded to inline with target of 69, so it's right there. I don't think, well, unless you are in some kind of a delay session. I don't have link at 11. I don't think. No, it's at 17. You must be in some kind of a delay, unless you're saying that it's going to get back down to 11. That's your prediction. You probably, I don't think that is correct. I know what you're talking about. Sometimes you get these big bottoming tails. I don't see it on my chart. I don't see it on, I've got a couple of, I don't see it on a trading view chart either, that it went down to 11. If you look at our chart now, I do see that bottoming tail on the SPY. Sometimes that'll affect other stocks too, but I don't see it on the link chart, on our chart, and I also don't see it on a trading view chart. So anyway, it is right now the price is 1680. It's still a pretty big pullback. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. YouTubers, anybody in YouTube? I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I think I've unmuted myself. Okay, thank you, Les. And so if you're talking about these bottoming tails, these are, excuse me, Lobo, if you're talking about these bottoming tails that we get on the SPY sometimes in some stocks, it's been brought up before with our charts. Other charting programs have the same thing. I don't know. Just the only problem with them is if you're looking for, stocks breaking pre-market highs or lows. And so these, no, I'm not talking link here. This truly did happen, but sometimes you get these weird prints. But there's just nothing we can do about it right now, anyway. And it's not a misprint. I shouldn't call it a misprint. Somebody, Captain K, who used to be in the room quite a bit, he used to tell us that it was there was a more professional term. I just forgot what it is. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. As I say, we're in for a mildly negative open. So let's see what's happening here. We're getting this more and more. So first of all, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. I would have said a month ago, almost every single day, all the stocks were up or down from yesterday's close. Okay, but now we're starting to get more of a mix. So what you're seeing here, the 56% in red, what does it mean? 56% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, but as I said, it used to be either 100% one way or the other. Either 100% are up or 100% are down. So we're starting to get a bit of a mix now. Not that that means really that much. So again, this is just the pre-market. So again, the market is, yeah, the SPY is recovering just a little bit, but I'm way more interested to see where XLE is now. We had yeah, everything was up yesterday, basically. Let's see where XLE is in relation to the 200-day moving average. And yeah, it's still, yeah, so they did not really rally into it at all. So there's that blue line is the 200-day moving average. So that still is a major sector underneath the 200-day moving average. I'll go over the sectors right now. I know most of them, excuse me, are above. There's XRT. Took a long time for it to get above. It is still above. Consumer staples was another one that was hovering around the 200-day moving average. XLP. Yeah, so it is still above it barely. Healthcare was another one that was kind of hovering around the 200-day moving average. So you can see that it is just below it. Friday, what are we? Tuesday. Yeah. So Friday it moved above it. Yesterday it's just hanging right around the 200-day moving average. But I guess we have to say it is below. So XLE and XLV are below, and the rest of them are above. Okay, I'm not even gonna have to really look at the rest of them. Let's take a look at financials because obviously a lot of the banks are releasing now. So it's still, that was a big, big day when recovered over the 200-day moving average. But I don't really have to look at communications or retail. They're going to be way above. Thank you. So there were actual buys and sells levels from, but it's funny that, yeah, it seems, but some charting programs don't seem to have those bottoming tails and topping tails. Some of them, anyway. Ards, Mystic, or Tank. How can I call you Mystic? Tank. Problem is nobody knows who I'm referring to. Tank. They're looking for Tank, Mr. Majestic. Oh, this is way okay. So yeah, you every now and then, yeah, look at this move in the after hours for ARDS, ARDS. A lot of volume, 14 million already, 25 million in the float. I just don't really look at stocks under a dollar, but if you do, this is up 23%. But in the after hours yesterday, got up to 54%, 54 cents. Now it's pulled back down to 32. Now there's PWM guy. Whoops. Let's take a look here. The pins is moving a little bit on that upgrade. The $40 price target, I think it was put on it. No, I'm sorry. I thought I saw a $40 price target also, but Goldman just put a $32 price target. I thought somebody else had a 40. Yeah, so it was Evercore. So Evercore has a price target of 41. Goldman has a price target of 32. So this is you know what? Watch it. Watch it. And that's the pins. Depends what you're talking about. You're talking about the subscription, Steve, for Steve R for Benzinga Pro. I mean, I'm sure there might be some, but yeah, it's pretty hefty price. What is it? 100 $150 a month or personally, I would find it too distracting. But that is my that's just me. This is a very impressive move, hugely impressive move by Schwab. Goldman Sachs maintains coverage with a price target of 71. There you go. There you go. So even Goldman Sachs is getting into the Schwab story. So if you look at these headlines, you would not think this should be happening. 2023 revenue to decline by 7 to 8%. The only thing I can think of is that analysts were thinking it would be a lot more. They've also are seeing a $160 million one-time special assessment. Later, I mean, there doesn't look to be really good news, but so it's all the consensus. So there you go, the consensus estimates. Okay, so again, if you're so if analysts thought they were going to lose a dollar and they only lost 50 cents, that's better. Okay, so I mean, I just made up those numbers. Less than a minute already. Thank you, Steve. That's right. William is not here today. All right, everybody, let's have a great start to this trading day. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this, and I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a bit. Okay, guys, we are now open. So I'm just going to wait, of course, for my options plays. Keep an eye on the link. So yesterday, Sun W had a big day. SUNW had a big day. It's had a couple of nice days, and looks like it's my problem with it. As always, I look left, I look left, and I just see that I think there could be too much resistance, but probably what I thought yesterday at this level here also, but it didn't listen to me. All right, so we're starting. Let's see, Dow's down a bit, Nas is down a bit, Spy's down a bit. CAMT guys, remember CAMT has a $50 target put on it by Bank of America, I think it was. Yeah, Bank of America, CAMT. Mentioned this hyper just as I was opening a room. Look at that though, got up to 287, came right back down to 244. But here we go. I mean, 49 million, sorry, 46 million in the float. This is something to do with better stroke care. Their study targets better stroke care, HYPR. But again, guys, this is early. And that's why I don't like trading right off the bat. You get a lot of topping tails, bottoming tails. This one might just continue to run, but GNPX, GNPX mentioned something to do with the University of Pittsburgh. Yeah, run is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, and the 2263 is the VWAP. 2277 is the 200-day moving average. So right in this area. Hit a big run after hours, actually. $24 after hours yesterday. But it is early, guys. So obviously there's stuff going on with solar. There's SunPower. SunPower had a great day yesterday, and a continuation right now. Actually, you know what? Looking left, 1337. This has got some room, guys. SunPower has got some room on the weekly chart. SPWR 1341 is the next high looking left. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying to buy it now because it's going to get there. I'm just pointing out the fact that it doesn't have. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. If I look at the daily chart, 1184, 1184. We just got to get through that 1184, and then it might have a shot to challenge the 1341 mark. Well, look at this BNKU. This is one of these stranger ETFs, I guess. Look at this, guys. 3-time leveraged. Now this is going crazy here. Probably helped with Schwab. Boy, I mean, look at this. I mean, if you want to play something like this, the next high looking left is 1933, 1947-ish or so. And if it can get through that, it may not happen today, maybe not ever, but if it does, look at the gap. So this is, you're betting on the banks having big recoveries, obviously. The big banks index, 3 times leveraged. And there's Mike's guys, MICS, active in the pre-market, of course. Very choppy in the pre-market. Now let's take a look left. So I see some resistance maybe around 250 already. So not as interesting to me. And here's T-Doc, guys. So T-Doc, again, I'm just looking at the ones that are showing up right now on my 10-day daily breakout. Sunrun continues to move. Wow. So again, if you're less conservative than I am, I mean, there was your alert at 9:31, 2260 for Sunrun, and it got up to 23. It's up to 2311. There's the bank BNKU 1839, 1847 now. So again, if you're unfamiliar, the DR stands for don't repeat. This is the first time the alert happened. If it keeps making a new high, you'll see it over and over in this to the left of it in this window. And these are two scans that I am sharing. I'd be really, I don't know if you've been following Opera, VMAC, but it has been all over the place. Even when it was moving higher, I tried to trade this a couple of times. I think I did okay one day. Yeah, this was an all-time high up here. This big red candle here is a $300 million financing. It just got clobbered. Um, look at yesterday, it got all the way down to 1763. It closed up here at 20. But I would just be careful of it. It's been very volatile. This was the one from yesterday from Shady, I think. Yeah, APLS. Okay, APLS. It's funny. I sort of recall him talking about it, but when I thought this was a cheap one, another one, and I didn't really. I was so distracted yesterday. Of course, yesterday when we had all the problems with the room. But anyway, the APLS just continues down here. The next low is looking left around 45, 44.50. What did you do with Schwab? You shorted it. Okay, so you did short it, or did you? Is that what you did? Weeks you shorted it up here, or did you participate in the long run? Just talking to Weeks in our YouTube room. Okay, here's an earnings play, guys. So Novartis is an earnings play, expensive one, and NVS. 103.40 was the high in the pre-market. So if you're interested in stocks a little more expensive, 2.2 billion in the float, so there's a huge float, but it is an earnings play, Novartis. I don't know how much room it's got. So fiber is having a bit of a rebound here, guys. So FYBR is having a bit of a rebound. Maybe the shock of this this lead situation, and I mean just a little one, little rebound. Morgan Stanley earnings play, MS is an earnings play. So yeah, so this is what I mean. That's why the BNKU is going crazy right now. So Morgan Stanley through the 200-day moving average also. The next high looking left for Morgan Stanley, 89.71, so pretty close, but a dollar away from the next high looking left. So that is why the BNKU is going crazy. Morgan Stanley and Schwab. Oh, Riven. Okay, let's take a look at Riven. I'm not in this one anymore. This was my big swing. Okay, for a while, did pretty well on it. Swing as much as I do. 25.85 is the next high looking left. There's Shady's Vuzi, Fuzi. I have had a price alert set there. That's why, guys. So you know what? I mean, this has got some room. 640 is the next high looking left. So far, only one on the options plays, and that's T Doc. And that is a suggested short, but you know what? I mean, this had a big run. We got to get people back into the room. Too bad. We were starting to grow the room last week, and then we had all the problems. So we got to get back up over that 220, 230 mark again and grow it, guys. Tell your friends and family. Even if you're not subscribers, you just want to, but you're just interested maybe in some market commentary, not just from me, but other people in the room. Tell them to come on in. Look at the SPY, guys. Big move on the SPY now. Pretty big move on the SPY. Slight, slight divergence here. We've got the Dow up a little and the Nas down a little. No, no, I'm talking about the main room. The main room. Yeah. This room. Yes, this room. I mean, they can go to YouTube too. I mean, I know it's easier to get into YouTube, but look at Hyper now, guys. HYPR. So again, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, but we're getting really, really close. Well, look at T-Doc now, guys. T-Doc. Wow, T-Doc is just getting hit here. I did not take it. I was a little too early. I was afraid it might just pop right back up because of what it did early. But boy, T-Doc. Okay, so 15 minutes in the books now, guys. So now I'm going to take a look at this HYPR. I'd love to see maybe just it broke through the VWAP 288. Don't understand your question. What is the entry price? Remember now, I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell, but if I'm just watching the VWAP or the HYPR right now to see if at least it holds the VWAP 289. Maybe gets back over 3 again. Looking left on the weekly chart, what do we see? See, there's a high right there at 307. 330 would be the next high, so it's got a little bit of room. If I can get over that 307, it's got some room to 330, which is not bad from 307. Again, I'm never saying it's getting to 330, but that would be an important level to take out 307. So what I'll do is I'll just stick a number there, around 310. QBTS. Let's take a look at QBTS from Shady. All right, what sort of room does it have? So three of it can still be a bit of a tough one to get through. It's all, I mean, look at this. I mean, if you look left on the weekly chart, looks like the next high, yeah, 280, 280 and 280. If we can get through that, then the next high is $4 approximately. So 280, big area for to try to get through. QBTS. Okay, guys, QBTS through that 280. So now this becomes very interesting. I know Shady's already in this one, but 396 is the next high. Looking left. Key is to hold 280. Two. TU. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Oh, this is the Telus again. I'm wondering, I mean, I haven't heard anything in Canada about lead and all that. It's a big, in case you guys don't know, I mean, it's a big telecommunications company in Canada. Is Telus to you? UBTS guys holding that 280 really well. Big, big test as they get through three, the whole number. Now, PJ, we're just looking at a trade here. It doesn't matter what the company does or doesn't do. Michelle Angelo. Okay. Michelle Angelo. Welcome. I think you're new. AABB. Don't know this one at all. So yeah, most in the room, I mean, I'm not saying you can't, but most in the room, we don't really look too much at the pink sheet stocks. Doesn't mean, there could be several in the room that do. And then the super cheap ones, typically in this room, not saying, you can't talk about it, but you may not get a lot of response. Yeah, and I'm not trying to dissuade you from talking about it. It's just that you may not get a lot of comments on it. That's all. Okay, who's grunting at me here? Now there's the TU guys, the TU. So I'm in this TU guys. I should have looked left. I think there's just a ton of room underneath. I'm in the TU on a short. When I say grunting, I'm sorry. You don't know what I'm talking about. On our alert windows, you can put a sound alert, okay? And what I've got for a sound alert on my daily breakdowns is the oink. So that's why I'm saying this has been grunting at me. So I'm in this one at 1765 and on a short. No, BBio actually had a downgrade, well, sort of a pseudo downgrade this morning, but still a lot of upgrades. Um, so Raymond James putting a $46 price target from 29, and that's on the BBio. BBio, of course, had a big day yesterday. Has had some news, of course, yesterday. Yesterday's high, it's just a little bit above yesterday's high now. 34.34, I guess, was yesterday's high. 34.28 was yesterday's high. So, I did my video yesterday on BBio saying it has to be watched to see if it has a continuation because when you let's look at a monthly chart. You're going to see the big. Look at this. Look at this monthly chart, guys. Look at the room it's got. 43.14 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. What is the float on NXU? There's one I don't think I've ever seen. NXU. Yeah. So while we have 36 million, another sub $1 stock. I don't know what the heck it's doing. How do you even find these, Baba? I mean, it's doing nothing for the. I don't know what's going on with this. Okay, we have some. So we're a resumption for peers, PIRS. Okay, another real cheap one, guys. So I mean, if you're into the cheap ones, I mean, this one is obviously ripping ahead here. The next high looking left is about 39, say. Obviously, if somehow it takes out 39, your next high is 92. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but if you're into the cheap ones, PIRS, Link, let's see, Link was halted, probably on the way down, right? Yeah, unfortunately on the way down. And then CSLR halted on the way Oh, this is this the SPAC? No, it's not a SPAC. Or yeah, this is the SPAC, guys, turned into CSLR. I think it is anyway. I could have sworn yeah, merges with yeah, Complete Solar. Well, okay, maybe it's not. Complete Solar merges with Solaria. Okay, so it's not maybe it's not a SPAC, but at any rate, starting to trade now as CSLR. And here's another one halted because of volatility. SFWL, wow, on the way down. That's what I thought, Cass. Fact, yeah, fact. It was fact yesterday because I sort of remember that Solaria. So it is CSLR today. Look at fiber, guys. FYBR. So we're having a comeback now. How about AT&T? What is it doing? T. And so they're having comebacks now. Maybe the initial shock of the lead report is starting to weigh off a little bit. Wear off a little bit. UBTS still trying to get through that 3 level. TU is not doing too much for me. It's basically right where I shorted it. So I have to keep just want to keep an eye on it. And that's why we put a price alert, guys. Remember, I was saying with the HYPR, didn't mind it, but I wanted to see if it could break out through 310. Look what happened. It almost touched it, did not. It did not break out over 310. And now look at it. That's why I put price alerts and I never ever anticipate that it's going to happen. You know, if it doesn't happen, this saves me so much money by not trying to anticipate breaks. Now, if Andy were listening, Andy loves to anticipate breaks. He's very different from me. Andy, trade ideas. It's not shortable for me. ABOS is not shortable for me. Had the huge day yesterday, but sold off though. I mean, it got up to what 1124 or so, sold off down to 976. Sell off continues, just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, this mind medicine is ripping here, guys. MNMD, some rippage for this one. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Really didn't do much in the pre-market. Well, imagine it's not for me to recommend pre-market trades. Honestly, I mean, I don't trade in the pre-market. Rarely do I trade in the pre-market. It's not a tr Trading the pre-market is fine as long as as long as you have enough volume. I mean, in the old days, trading the pre-market was really tough. But when I say the old days, I'm talking maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago. But there's a lot of volume in the pre-market for a lot of stocks. So if you can find the setup, go for it. But hey guys, I'm out of the TU, and I don't because I'm doing too many other things in the pre-market. But a lot of people will get up and trade the pre-market, and if they can make money doing it, go for it. So it's not a matter of not recommending, as long as you're in something that has a volume, and there's so many stocks now that trade in the pre-market. It's almost a blur or really what really is the so-called market versus pre-market anymore. But I don't because I'm doing too many other things. The Link was a bust. Link was just a big bust. Look at the banks, guys. This BNKU. Surprised I haven't seen it more and more. Oh boy, what a great level this is at now. This RKLB 729. The next high in the monthly chart is 760. So it's got a little bit of room on the monthly chart. Let me go back to the weekly chart, and that's the RKLB. Now, on the weekly chart, so it's through that. So it has a little bit of room to 760 before it hits another high. Okay, guys, the QBTS, still the challenge to get through three. It's getting closer though. It's actually in the options plays now too. QBTS is actually in the option plays. I am surprised that it even trades options, but it does. 9.4 times normal. Okay, up to this time of day. Okay, guys, I've taken some of the QBTS off. I just have this fear it's not going to take out three, so I've taken some of the QBTS off. And if it does go through three, great. If not, I've got a little bit of profit in that one. Remember, I was waiting for a 280 break. Well, look at SunPower and Run. Wow. So solars, guys, take a look at TAN. Just take a look at the ETF for the solars, TAN. I'm sure it must be doing well. Not bad. Nothing through right at the 200-day moving average for TAN, TAN. ICAD, guys, ICAD. I don't know if I mentioned this one in the pre-market. It's on my list. Another one near three. If I get through three, then the next high is 353 or so on the weekly chart. But again, look what happened. I mean, look, I know guys think I'm crazy, but these whole numbers are, I mean, just really tough to get through. Hey, $90. There's another Nova's another. So all these solar related companies, guys, Nova. So we're getting a lot of run in these. Okay, guys. So there's well, briefly, QBTS got over three. Briefly. I mean, so I'll have some left because if it can get through three, their next high in the weekly chart is I think I said 396. Yeah. There's the B Bio guys. So all these lofty price targets put on it appear to be working. Another one right at the whole number, 35. Just broke above it. Just broke above it. See how well this holds 35, guys. If it does, I mean, it's got a ton of room. I'm always talking looking left, okay? Can't see anything in the weekly chart. So when I looked at the monthly chart, I think it was like 43 or so. GP from yesterday. Remember, GP was a huge one yesterday. It was an earnings play, Green Power, Canadian company. Even after hours, it got up to 569. Hey guys, watching this B bio to see if it can reclaim 35. If it can reclaim 35, say get up to, I don't know, 35, 15-ish, probably take that trade. Not recommending you to do the same thing. I'm just, guys, look at CAMT, CAMT. Again, a $50 price target by Bank of America. Might be very interesting over 45. What did it get to this morning? Got to 44.94. Could be very interesting over 45 for CAMT. I'm going to stick an alert there and see if that price target of 50 really takes hold. Okay, looks like okay, QBTS now. Looks like it's maybe now the strong move through three. Those are ugly temperatures. Come on, BBio, you're holding 35, not too badly. Your BTS is trying to hold three. Come on, QB or BBIO, BBIO. Guys, I'm just having to watch this BBIO. I don't want to see it go down below 35. I'm out if it does. Not on mute. I'm muting myself. I'm just watching diligently the BBIO, watching this action. All I'm doing, watching this. I want to see it dip down below 35. And okay. Again, my sound alert on my option plays is oh man. And that's what's happening now. Let's see if this can just rip from here. Got up to 35, 48. Just pull back again. It's just, hey guys, I'm out of the QBTS completely now. Did get over three. The minute it started approaching three from the upside, I turfed it. So wasn't too bad. Not a bad trade. Way more interested now in the B bio if it can just really just start to rip here a little bit more or take off some profit or get some profit. LESL guys. So LESL has been a real challenge. It earnings on Friday, I believe. Big down day on Friday. Tried to recover a bit on yesterday, but it closed down here. Now it's trying a little bit of a recovery again, LESL. Now remember AAOI. So AAOI, now breaking down underneath that whole number. And what sort of room does it have? 731. This has got some room underneath, guys. This has got some room underneath for AAOI. So I'm watching to see how well it holds underneath 8 before I take a short on this one. Meanwhile, BBIO, or another one, QSI, guys. QSI has been on fire also, but I'm just keeping an eye on the BBIO. So in case you're wondering if you're new to it, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format between basically between 9 a.m. and we'll call it 3 p.m. I will stay later if there are questions, but 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time, Monday to Friday, live on the mic and sharing my screen. We had some problems. We had some problems yesterday and a couple of days last week with the screen sharing and all that, but hopefully it's all been rectified. Yeah, Tesla is, yeah, weeks is not today, as David is pointing out. Tesla's earnings are, looks like they're tomorrow after the market. Okay, guys, I've taken some off of the VBIO. Okay, taken some off, got up to 35.75 when it dipped down below the 70 mark. I took some off. I'm still hoping for a bigger move, but if it doesn't happen, I've locked in some profit. Just let the price alerts help me, PJ. That's why, guys, if you're not using our price alerts, not using our price alerts, you're doing yourself a disservice. Okay. So it's really not patience. It's just, if it happens, it happens. Otherwise, you just walk away. What's wrong with CVNA? What's wrong with CVNA? Well, just a trading vehicle. That's all it is. No pun intended. You got to remember that short flow percent, it's attracting a lot of interest among, those who just like to play short flow percents. It has nothing to do with fundamentals of the company, zero to do with it. And didn't Morgan Stanley, was it Morgan Stanley last week, put a $10 price target on them? Doesn't matter. If these enough the retail crowd gets a hold of it. Yeah, the RXRX. Now, yesterday it did have a good day, I believe. Let me see if it held its gains. Yeah, kind of held its gains. I mean, it got up to 14.29. I don't know if I call that holding its gains. I mean, it got up to 14.29 and then it came back right back down to 13.40. I mean, that's a pretty big percentage drop. So for me to get interested in this one, it would have to take out that high of yesterday, 14.32. If it does, then the next high is 14.98, approximately 15. But on that day in the pre-market, that is what, 4 days ago now, it did hit almost 19. So it's been a strange one. The reason for this big jump was because of, I think, was a $50 million. I don't know if the right term is investment, but an injection of cash by NVIDIA into RXRX. But it really did not hold those gains at all. Well, Majdi, you'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure out why things happen in the stock market, especially for stocks that you think are garbage. Doesn't matter what we think. Just that trade, you just trade what's in front of you. I mean, like, I'm talking intraday trading, really. Okay, do fundamentals matter if you're going to swing? Probably, obviously, a little bit more. But as far as intraday trading, you can throw fundamentals right out. Okay, the RKLB now is a little bit above that high, 729. How is Tesla trading ahead of its earnings after hours tomorrow? going to take a look at going to take a look at this ETF here for Tesla, TSLL, going long. So right now, dropping a little bit ahead of earnings after hours tomorrow. All right, guys. So I still have some of the BBIO left. I'm holding on just in case I can get through that 36 level. But I did trade some out. Completely out of it. So it did break over three, very, very briefly. All right, let's take a look at Amarin. Pretty cheap though. Amarin's pretty cheap. AMRN. So things have settled down quite a bit now, guys. I'm not getting any new sound alerts. Not for well, there's the last one was at 10. Well, I guess 10:20. I had one. Even BAC. I mean, this how many shares in the float for Bank of America? 7.9 billion in the float. And this is actually showing up on my option scanner. So it's having this is what I'm saying, guys. Now, I don't really care that much about, of course, the large float ones. I mean, though Schwab certainly moved a great percentage this morning, but most of them, don't move that much in terms of a percent. But look what happens with Bank of America. 302,000 contracts a day, 1.5 times normal. So next week, when we start to get into, I would say for the next 3 weeks, maybe even a month, we're going to get into what I call the more interesting earnings plays. I don't really care about the big guys, but some of these I will call second, third, and fourth tier companies that release earnings. That's when they can have just an explosive day, either to the upside or the downside. And if they're optionable, will more than likely see them because when the company has earnings, that's when you get again usually big moves upside or down. And this is one reason why I'm not attaching that much importance to doing the pre-market work like I used to. I mean, I'm looking at all like a lot of the ones that we were, they were flying high in the pre-market, just absolutely, fading. KPTI, Link, MICS, not too many of them are really holding their gains. So while it's interesting, if I didn't do any pre-market work now going forward, it probably wouldn't affect me at all. Which I know is almost heresy. I mean, it's always nice to know why a stock. That's really all I'm doing now. That's why I'm able to sort of compress it instead of getting up at 4 in the morning my time and spending an hour and a half scouring. I'm now able to compress it and just check to see, okay, what sort of news does it have? But really, if I just waited for my option plays to come in and my 10-day daily breakout or down to come in, that's all I really need to do. I mentioned Novartis earlier. NVS is an earnings play. And again, it's an expensive one, but it has a little bit of room. Yeah, not much though. I mean, I just look left, 104 looks like is a bit of a resistance area. So, that on a percentage move, even if I got to 104, not a big percentage move. Now with the QBTS, what I'm going to do, because later on in the day, it may, in fact, now what did it get up to 309? I'm going to stick a price alert right up here. Later on in the day, it may happen because again, the next high looking left is almost 4. So that would be, so if the enthusiasm comes back, volume comes back in later on in the day, takes out the high of the day, that'll probably attract a lot of traders. Yeah, I mean, I still struggle. I mean, we all struggle. I mean, listen, nobody knows exactly when to start taking profits and all that. I mean, they're all, yeah, you can use fibs and you can use pivot points. I don't, but I mean, I'm sure they're, for some they're excellent, I guess. I just have never got into it. I'm way more of a field trader when it comes to stuff like that, which is why I would be a terrible person to try to teach people because there are a lot who have just hard and fast rules about when they're going to take profit. And, my only hard and fast rule, of course, is always with a big capital A, obeying my stop. Ah, come on. Okay, be bio, guys. Be bio. And it take out, I should put a price alert at 36 just to let me know. All right, so just, all right. Now, 36. Briefly, again, let's again take a look at this monthly chart. And there is the next high on the monthly chart around 43. Again, not saying it's getting there. And I'm sure they are, John. I mean, I know people like Real uses fibs. I just never got into it. Yeah, the MNMD 5 could be a tough one to get through. What did it got up to? 487. Could be a real tough one to get through. Is this all to do with California? Yeah, it's all to do with California. Psilocybin legalization. I mean, there's a case where news does matter. Okay, I mean, it's good to know, I suppose, why something is moving. Now there are shares of. Wait a minute. No, looking at something else. So, like, okay, guys, now this RKLB is interesting to me. It was a little too parabolic, but what it's doing right now, I'm kind of liking this. A little too parabolic. The next high looking left is 760, so it's got a little bit of room. 21 cents from here. Not a ton of room, but a little bit of room. All right. Stick a price alert around 740 for RKLB. And where did I see that one? Oh yeah, so that was at 9:58 a little earlier. Time 9:58. 7:26 was the alert right down here, and that's in the option scanner. Boy, look at this T dot. That was the one, guys. I mean, it was just a little too early for me to take it, but the T doc, sorry, on the yeah, right here, 9:41 was the first alert in the option scanner. 26.38, almost a dollar move down now, but it was just too early for me to take it. I don't like trading in the first 15 majority of time. Come on, B Bio, hold that 36. Leave 36 in your rear view mirror. That makes sense. Oh, I remember him, Bull. I do remember him. Yeah, predicting the epic crash that never happened. You're absolutely right. I remember him. He left a long time ago. I just find things are too volatile in the first 15 minutes, Maggi. That's all. No, there's tons of data. I mean, but that's when things are, very can be very whippy in the first 15 minutes. So yes, I run the risk of something that moves and keeps moving higher and higher and higher, or lower and lower and lower. But I've accepted that. And that's just me. All these are not recommendations. Okay. Not recommending nobody trades in the first 15 minutes. I just do what is comfortable for me. And I used to trade I used to be just like probably anybody else. Market opens, so eager to take that first trade. I used to do it all the time. And time after so many times, yes, the odd one would just rip and you feel great. But too many other times, I would just be whipped out in it, like excuse me, out of a position just like that. And so what happens is it gets you kind of into revenge mode trading. When you start losing in the first 5 minutes, trade after trade after trade, you try to make up for it. And that's what was happening to me. So I just put a pretty hard rule. I mean, it's not a hard rule because every now and then I will trade in the first 15 minutes, but not often. Just saying, you know what? Just forget about the first 15 minutes. There's all sorts of setups after that. But again, that's just me. Mm. And I love trading in the afternoon. Yeah, I've said this before. If I weren't here, I would probably not trade in the morning at all. I'd wait till about 10 o'clock my time, 1 o'clock Pacific time, and then or Eastern time, and then really start to look. So I'm completely different from you. Because what I find is that stocks that are really, happening in the first hour or so, they can settle down for hours, and then in the afternoon they can pick up again. That's what I find. But you know what? That's the beauty of trading. We're all different. Zebo 100. Any reason why a news item on a stock in TI will disappear? I haven't seen that too much in TI. That the news item. Can you give me an example of one, or are you just talking in general? This is a question from our YouTube room. I see it happen all the time in Interactive Brokers. My headlines here. I'll see something and then it seems to disappear, but not so much I found in trade ideas. Well, let's take a look at MICS. I mean, I can't, I won't have an answer for you. So I see the one news today about expanded retail presence with Walmart, the singing machine. So that's the I don't know. Were there other headlines for it? That's the main headline, though. I won't be able to answer, Zebo. I won't be able to answer. I know that our news has gotten a lot better in how it scrubs it, because we used to get all sorts of extraneous news that was sort of all jumbled together with the news that you're really looking for. You don't see it in your feed, really. I don't know how to. Well, that is a mystery. I don't know how to answer that. I see it here, so oops. Okay, guys, RKLB. Maybe just do a refresh, Zebo. Okay, if you go to your account and then do a reset connection, just try that just to see. But I'll have there will be no explanation. All right, guys. Well, Cam T did not. It's time to give it up. Okay, guys. So how's this noise canceling working today? Can you hear Chloe at my feet? My dog. All right, guys, I'm out of the BBIO, guys. I may take a look at it again if it gets over 36, but right now I'm totally out of it. It just has, for me, it has a history of being a little too volatile. Now, the only way to deal with that is to take fewer shots, of course, and having a wider stop. But my stop was fairly tight, so let me do some clapping, guys. Hear the clapping. I think I've got the noise canceling is all set up now. I'm just doing some clapping. If you don't hear clapping, then the noise canceling is working again. Okay, okay, cool. Cool. That's both in YouTube and in the main room. Guys, this has been a super fast morning. I can't believe it's already 20 to 11. Okay, Michael Noss is just letting me know that he will be in our YouTube room in about an hour and 20 minutes. Okay, when I take my break between 12 and 1 o'clock. Okay, guys, RKLB. Now, this doesn't have a ton of room. I am in it, but it doesn't have a ton of room. This is more just in case it can take out that high. Okay, but it doesn't have a ton of room. And when I say that, 760 is the next high. Just like a trading room, John. You got to weed out the imposters. What I'm looking for the RKLB is maybe, getting into the mid 50s, like 755. At that point, I'll probably take some off. And then if it somehow gets through 760, we might have a run. PWM, PWM. So there's your mind medicine. It's just too hard for me to take this one though. If it takes out five, somehow the next high looking left on the wow, I'm looking at a monthly chart, 1263. Let me get back to a weekly chart. So the next high is 632. So this is all to do with California. All right, guys. CLBR, another crazy SPAC on the move. Let's take a look at CLBR. I haven't seen one today. Crazy SPAC on the move. CLBR. Colombier acquisition. Let's see if they have indicated who they are. Announces the request to redeem public shares. Now that doesn't sound okay. I don't know if they've actually zeroed in on who they're looking. Oh, here it is, PSQ Holdings. Okay, so they're again, if you're unfamiliar with this business combination, SPACs they're basically companies that are formed. Investors put money into them, and then they look for a company to either merge with or take public. Usually, almost I would say 99%, they are private companies. And what they try to do, of course, is merge with some company that is a sector, kind of a hot sector. And just now, this is interesting, guys. Most of the time, I'm super, I'm very surprised that it has excuse me, that it has options. Very surprised that this CLBR has options. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I just didn't think that SPACs would have options. Anyway, 297 times, 29 times, sorry, 29 times normal. So what, so again, if you're new, wow, 1047, I've got to talk about my homepage. So if you're new to all this, what we're looking for here in the option plays, I personally don't trade options. Some have said though they do trade options, that this helps them. What it's looking for is abnormal option activity. Okay. So if you take a look at my, so here's a CLBR. It's not not a huge number of contracts, 1,900 contracts today, but that represents 30 times normal. So the average number of contracts, it's 30 times what the average number has been over the last 10 days. So it zeroes in on stocks having abnormal option activity. And I trade the stock. I don't trade the options, but some have said, you know what, it helps. Especially, I guess if you're going to day trade the options, well, you're finding the ones that are moving the most. All right, guys, I took some off of the RKLB. It snuck into the 50s, but again, I did not expect much. Okay, snuck into the 50s, but again, the 760 might be the block. I it was a little bit of risk. I'm out of it now, guys. Totally out now. Okay, didn't have a lot of room. Just looking, no, yeah, out of it now. I'll put an alert at 760 in case it does get through that. So I'm in nothing right now. I say dumped all my BBIO, may get back in if it gets over 36. Dump my QBTS. We'll take a look at it if it gets over at 310. RKLB may take a look at it if it gets over 760. Right now, I'm in nothing right now. So good time. PWM, I meant to look at that one, Cam. You mentioned that one. PWM. I'm afraid to see what the price is. Yes. It doesn't trade options. It's not optionable. Not showing up on any one of my scanners. And the reason being is that the relative volume 2.5 is too low. Most of my scanners have a minimum of 3. This one is 8, so it won't show up here. This one is 8. This one is 6. My option scanner, I think it's 3. Yep, 3. So that's why PWM is not showing up. Well, it won't show up in my option scanner because it's not optionable, but it won't show up on these other ones unless it really, really picks up the volume. Now, one of the reasons why it's not showing up is because remember, it's it's looking at the average over the last few days. Well, 30 million here, 20 million here. So this doesn't look great, compared to the average. But I mean, it's still trading 4.3 million. There's the float at 3 million. So you might say, well, why do you have such a high relative volume? Why not? If you reduce it, you would see PWM. You're absolutely right. But For every PWM that you would see, you might see 20 others that do nothing. And so it'd be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. But boy, $32 is the next highest looking left. Very like highly risky, guys. 3 million in the float. This is a China stock, right? Yeah, this is that China stock. Opened 2 weeks ago. All right, let me talk a little bit about my homepage and what you can find on it. Boy, look at Link. This is the one I thought, might have the chance, but not even close. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for Link. Much ado about nothing. I mean, this got up to what, $21 now, right? Cut in half. All right. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you do want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only. Okay. Now, if you did want a yearly subscription, I can give you a better promo code. You just have to let me know. Okay. And I can give you a better promo code for 25% off. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your first, here we go, your download and install, your first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. So it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. You have to do it. It is a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. Now, if you're new to trading, Trading 101, I think it's a great course for you. And if you're maybe looking for a refresher or maybe a different thing. Now, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay, so if you want to ask him about the course he put together, and he is the person who is responsible for the Market Explorer window. Okay, I don't use it. It's more for a longer term trading, but it's has a lot of value. He's created all this, so he'll be there between 12 and 1. I do a stock of the day video, okay, and you can sign up for it. Of course, it is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There was no trade that Steve wanted to talk about this week. He basically said cash, not the stock, but maybe stay in cash. We could not find. What is this happening? Just give me a moment. There we go. Education section is here. Here's our user guide. It's a great user guide. All sorts of sections categorized. So here's your getting started again. There's the QBTS, guys. Okay, QBTS at the level that I'm looking at or interested in. Okay. And again, a lot of room looking left on the weekly chart for QBTS. Where is the room? Got to find the room now. Here you are. So there's the getting started again. More in detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and if you want to learn more about stock racing, right here. Here is the price alerts. Here's how you create price alerts. Okay, on the charts. Very simple to do. I'll demonstrate it, but it's so simple to do, and I really encourage that you use it. And here again, the getting started, hammering this home. You must do this. And here are the daily support sessions. So as I mentioned before, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Tuesday, so it's Michael's turn. Okay. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. Last, my scans. So here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, just have to scroll down a bit. And here are my scans. This is what I use in the pre-market. I mean, I still do some pre-market work. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. That's the halt resumes that you see on the right here. Oh. This is the momentum up and down right here. Doctor momentum up and down. This is the option plays right here. If you're looking for the don't repeat version, it's right here. This is on my other monitor. And if you're looking for the 10-day daily breakouts and down, here they are here. Now, if you're wondering, well, why don't I show them all? It'd be too overwhelming, okay? So that's why I put them on my other monitor, but I'm sharing, and I'm sharing other scans too that you might like. Here's that single stock window that I use. Single stock window, of course, is totally customizable. All of these are the filters that we have. What I like to see, but your single stock window can be completely different. So I repeat, this is a free room. Let's keep the room free. So how do we do that? Well, if you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo. Go on my homepage, click on my promo. Then the company knows that this being a free room, we obviously have to market the product through this free room, that the room is paying for itself and more. Okay, that's the reason. So again, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Also, if you save my homepage link, then you can, of course, take a look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. And again, I'll keep saying this, tell your friends and family, come into the rooms, either YouTube or the main room. Even if they're not subscribers, doesn't matter. Of course, it's a free room, but if they're interested in, learning a bit about the market, not just from myself or from all the great posters and that do posts in both rooms. I think PJ, what he's talking about, he's still hung up on the fundamentals, wondering why it's happening. I think, as I said, don't concern yourself with it. Well, Peter, again, I'm not advising don't take the trade. I'm just saying, if you took a trade like PWM, or I'm talking, in general, you just have to recognize it is a very volatile. Probably don't take as many shares, have a wider stop, so you can hang on through the volatility if if a person is bound and determined to trade it. But, recognizing the fact that it's very, very volatile. Now, I haven't been doing this as much as I probably should, but just, if you're brand new to the room, again, welcome to the room. What Trader is a scanner. And there's a difference between a scanner and a screener. A lot of screeners out there. Of course, we have screening capabilities, but we are a real-time alert machine. But what do I mean by that? So if I take a look at this scan here called Momentum Up, I'm going to right click, configure, and this is the format for all of our scans, our top list windows, our alert windows. Okay. You just right click, configure, and then you'll get to this, and then you can click on the summary, and this will tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. Okay. So in this particular case, this is the screening aspect. As I say, a lot of screeners on the market. So if the price is between 1 and 50, the current volume is at least 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day, up to 11 o'clock Eastern time. Volume is at least 300,000 shares. This is the momentum aspect of it. Okay. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Okay. And the price is up 5% from the previous close. So this is the screening aspect. So if all of these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see, this MNMD at 11 o'clock made a new high for the day at 498. That's why we see that here there. Okay. So this is so we're a real-time alert machine. I'll call it an alert machine. Screeners are fine. If you're just interested to see, well, what stocks are up the most today? Okay, that's fine. What stocks have got the highest relative volume today? That's fine. You want to rank them? That's fine. What stocks are down the most? But if you're looking for a real-time alert, that's what we're great at. Now, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. There are a lot of scans in our toolbar. If you click on new, oops, gotta get out of here. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So there are a lot of scans in here that you can take a look at. You can take a look at my scans. But of course, if you do want to create your own scan, you can. So I'll go back to this one again, the momentum scan, and I click on config, right click on it, click on configure again. This time instead of summary, I'll click on search. Now, do not get hung up on all of these are all the real-time alerts that we have. I almost exclusively, in fact, not almost, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. Many other alerts, all sorts of different trading styles, of course. But that's all I like to see, new highs and new lows of the day. If I scroll, and we have a lot of them, and if I keep scrolling down, when we see these icons, these are the filters, the screeners, okay? So do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Why do we have so many? When the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people probably would not want to have to or would not have to want to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create enough alerts, real-time alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. If you want to build your own scan. Now, you could take my scan, for instance, you might like the idea of this. But you might say, well, I don't like that price range. That's fine. You can always adjust it. You can take it just as it is if you like it, but you could always go to the price range and make a change. Maybe you want it between 10 and 100. Maybe you want more volume. Maybe you don't care about one of these filters, or maybe as you get used to using trade ideas, you add a filter of your own that you kind of like. Up to you. Maybe instead of a new high of the day, maybe you want a new 5-minute high. There's all sorts of, but I've given you a template that you can use if you want. Just one last thing about stocks that move up and down that you think may not. I'm just talking in general. If you're a day trader, intraday trader, forget about fundamentals. Just forget about it. It doesn't matter. Okay. All right, guys. Wow, 11:07 already. Fast, 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 fast morning. All right, I'm not liking this QBTS. Keeping an eye on it right now. I'm in at 310, so I'm slightly underwater. I'm just going to give it a little more. Even RKLB is starting to come back a little bit, but I will not take it unless it gets through that 360. And even if it gets through 360, when I have a price alert, doesn't mean I just take the trade. It just means I'm alerted to an area that I'm interested in. Then I start looking, well, how is it trading? Is it like so extended right now? Uh, Even what's the market doing? I mean, not that most of the things we see here doesn't matter what the market's doing. Okay. These are kind of alpha stocks, abnormal volume, abnormal activity, not caring too much what the market's doing. Now, it's always nice to see the market ripping higher if you want to go long, but hey guys, I'm out of the QBTS with a small loss. I might look at it one more time if it gets over that 310 mark, but yeah, I mean, I had some I could well, I thought I was hoping obviously it would go further than just 10 cents for me, but anyway, that's why but manageable losses, that is the key to trading. Manageable losses. So the question, okay, just I'll answer your question in a second, Kishore. Okay. So the question is why do this is in our main room, why do some charts show the blue arrow when alert happens, but some don't? So if I click on an alert anywhere, if I click on an alert, okay, now if you're looking, the candle has to close. If I had a 5 minute candle up or a 5 minute chart up, okay, if that's what you're talking, if that's what you're talking about. So when I click on an alert on a 15-minute chart, it won't. No, wait a minute. Why didn't it show up? Give me a moment. I don't know why BAC, for instance, if you're talking about BAC, that's a first for me, really. Come on. Give me an example of one because I mean, virtually all the time, I can't recall a time where the blue arrow doesn't show up. As long as, it depends when you click on the alert. Okay. As long as, you can still see the time on your chart. Oh, I know why. I know why. Yeah. So when you get the alert, if I click on this alert later on, probably at 11:15, you will see it on the 5 minute chart. Is that the blue arrow you're talking about? Obviously, if I go back here, if I go back to RKLB at 11:04, okay, you'll see there's the blue arrow right there. And again, the blue arrow is just showing you where the alert happened, depending on the time frame, your chart time frame. Okay, so again, depending on the time frame and when you click on it, the blue arrow should show you exactly the candle in which the alert happened. Oh no, you have to click on the alert. You have to click on the alert. It's just telling you the candle the alert happened up, but you have to click on the alert. Okay. Now, quick question on volume. What is the filter to scan for stocks where today's volume has exceeded the previous day volume? No, volume today percent. Okay, so there is I think that no, see, volume today percent is an average over the last 10 days, so that's not going to give you what you want. Have you ever created a custom formula? I'm talking to Kishore in our YouTube room. Okay, good. Because I am pretty sure, but let me before I say for sure. Okay, then if you've done it before, then at least you know where to go to do it. But let me just make sure. Again, advanced. If you're new, don't worry about this. Just a new. Yeah. Okay. So here is the formula you can use, or the data points you can use, Kishore. Okay. In case you don't have this, look at. Okay. So there's the page. Okay. So you can see one of the data points is the previous day's volume. Okay. Volume underscore P. And then today's volume is it might be not might excuse me, it may not be on this one. I think it's TV though. Yeah, it's not on this one. It's on the other okay, it's on the other one. The other one meaning so here's the other filter codes that we have. And then volume today. Okay, volume today. So the square bracket TV and caps. Okay. So you can just create a ratio. So if you wanted, if you wanted to divide today's volume by yesterday's volume, if you want today's volume to be, double yesterday's volume, you would just, you just use TV divided by that volume underscore not okay. Make sure it's the square brackets, though, right? Not it's the square brackets. I'm looking where you have got it. Maybe that's the way it looks in YouTube, but it's the square brackets. And then you can create the ratio that you want. Okay, guys, let's see. So PLD is an earnings play, guys. Yeah, big float, almost a billion in the float. But the next low looking left is 120. Yeah, I mean HYRP it's tricky. I mean, obviously very tricky. Had the big move at the beginning of the day, huge drop. Look at that big red candle. What I don't like, but I have an alert set at 310. Let's see. I mean, if it takes it out, because I think when I looked left, I think it had room to what 330. But you got to be so careful because if I'm a trader, I'm looking at the history of today. And I'm looking, well, look at that. I mean, this got sold off badly. Could it happen again? But why did you buy them? Let's just examine what you said there, Mashi. Why did you buy them? Let's just take a look at KPTI. Why did you buy KPTI in the pre-market? Okay. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to be the inquisitor, but just, what was your thought process for buying it? And then when you bought it, sounds like you did not have a stop. And, I don't know how long you've been in the room, but we always at the very, I don't, again, I say I don't teach trading, but I mean, the one thing I preach is having a stop. You got to get out of the trade if it's not working for you, and you have to have a price where I have to have a price to get out of the trade if it's not working for you, and take a manageable loss. I mean, you've heard me already. I've taken some manageable losses for QBTS and the TU. Well, then you're not taking it seriously. Then, if you're just gambling, then I'm sorry, you're just not taking it seriously. I mean, if that's what you want to do, just gamble, then fine. But it'd be impossible to try to help you if you're just gambling. Any trade is a gamble, okay? Blackjack, it's gambling, yes, but the good blackjack players, they try to put the odds in their favor, without getting caught card counting and all, but they try to put the odds in their favor. There are certain rules, but splitting aces, things like that. So those are sort of rules that within blackjack. Same sort of thing with stocks. I mean, there's some rules you should follow. They're not all going to work. Well, it's gambling. It is gambling, but just like gambling, though, is what I'm trying to say. Though gambling and blackjack, you can't say that gambling and blackjack is not gambling, but the good ones, know some of the things that you can kind of do to put the odds in favor. It's still gambling. At least that's how I think of it. I mean, that's why when I'm looking left, I'm just trying to put the odds in my favor. I'm trying to take out one reason why a stock won't keep going higher or lower if I've shorted. I try to take one aspect out of the equation, being the next high looking left. I don't want it to be close. That is just, that's just one aspect. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but what do you mean? Okay, gapping. Didn't I try to get it? You don't have to put 1,000 question marks. I can see the first one. So if you're why you were listening to me in the pre-market, remember all we're doing in the pre-market is just finding stocks that are acting abnormally. Okay, that's all we're doing. Doesn't mean that they're going to continue to act abnormally once the market opens, but it's a mini preparation. Oh yeah, KPTI gapped up, but once the market opened, it just gave it all up. I mean, it had some news, yeah. FDA put a fast track on them, but just because we think something should happen, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. I mean, look at the CAMT. I was thinking that maybe if it got up to 45 because of the $50 price target put on it by the Bank of America, I thought that might get it going. But did I decide when it was here at 44.56? Yeah, I think it's going to. I think that price target it's going to happen today or get close to it. No, I put a price alert up here and didn't trigger, so I just walk away. So no, I don't try to anticipate anything like that. Okay, why am I not getting a daily chart? Tank, tank, tank. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Look at my little Stantec go. Canadian dollars, $90. Gonna hit 100. All right, guys. 11:25. So I am getting no new alerts. No, no, no. This is yeah, this is my wife's company, okay? Fantech, okay. It doesn't trade very much in the US, doesn't trade very much in Canada, but it's an all-time high and in Canadian dollars it's at 90. I'm just talking because one of the traders in the other room took it a long time ago. All right, guys. Finger, FNGR. Now, this is just underneath 5. So again, I look left and I see a low at 465. So that is what 25 cents away, 35 cents away. Not bad. Well, I mean it's but then there you have that big bottoming tail. The sellers in fact, look at that. The sellers, well, this is pretty erratic right now. I did Pinterest do? PINS. Yep, a couple of upgrades for Pinterest, PINS. Yeah, so really not much. Goldman upgraded it to 32, I think, and some other company upgraded it to 41, I believe. Oh, I don't know anything about that scanner. Are you talking about the Trade Ideas part of it? Or the scan? Oh, I don't know anything about that one. I mean, obviously, I use, so I have no idea. I mean, obviously, the only scanner I use, the only scanner I use is Trade Ideas. So I don't look at anything else. So I really can't comment. I mean, I have Interactive Brokers, but why would I use an IB? Why would I use an IB scanner when I've got Trade Ideas? Remember, I work for Trade Ideas. Okay, so sure, I'm biased, but and I wouldn't call it a scanner. It's a screener. Okay, remember the difference in a screener and a scanner. You know, a screener will show you stocks that are up the most for the day, maybe at the highest volume. You can rank them down the most for the day. You can do all sorts of ranking with screeners. But the scanner is what we have. You know, we have the combination screener and scanner. Take a look at ICAD, guys. ICAD making a little bit of move out of maybe some consolidation on the 5 minute chart. Maybe not really consolidation, but another one, flying high in the pre market. Now, unlike Leanne, I can't wait for the afternoon, in which I'll probably things will have settled down a lot. Remember Sun W at the beginning of the day? Look at Sun W now. Remember, you talk about a happy chart. Look at Sun W, beginning of the day, pre-market up to 219, chopping around, chop, 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 and now just dropping. Now the next low looking left is 141. No, 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 Leanne. No, 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 no. Whatever works for you. If you're giving back all your gains from the morning in the afternoon, then don't trade in the afternoon. I just found it. I think I just found it easier because things have settled down a lot. Some of the ones that have gone wild in the first couple of hours, then they settle down for 2 or 3 hours almost, and then sometimes they get the enthusiasm comes back, as I like to term it. Enthusiasm comes back, and they can have like nice closes. Not all of them, of course, but take a look at light from Shady on a short. 51.14, so you must be in it now. 51.13. Yeah, he's got room. Definitely has some room. I'd love to see it break 51. 51.01, 51.04 bid ask. Sort of trading with the market a little bit. A little bit. Just so I like the idea, but I'm going to wait for a 51 break on light. I do like the idea though. The VWAP is 51.24, so it broke down through the VWAP. Out of the price range I normally trade, but when you look left, it's the room. Looking left, if it has room. So instead of my staring at this, let me just put a price alert. Say 50.97, 50.98. So I'll know when it gets underneath 51. Then I can make up my mind. Doesn't mean I'll take the trade immediately, but I just want to know about it. What happened to Microsoft? I don't know. SFT, let's take a look. Yeah, nice pop from Microsoft. Definitely. Maybe this thing, the Activision. No, you know what it is? I'm just seeing some headlines right now. Microsoft to charge more for AI in Office, secure Bing from leaks. I'm just seeing these headlines right now, and that seems to correspond with the 1130. Okay, this is from IB. Puts a steep price. So there you see 1131, 1131. This is when this news started to happen. So maybe that's the reason. Ooh, I missed this one. APRE. APRE is so it got halted at 437. It resumed. Okay, now it looks like I'm looking at IB had a little blue dot, which can mean that it could get halted again. Is AI taking off also? Yeah, so that Microsoft news is probably helping a lot of the AI plays. So, guys, in case you missed it, I'm gonna bring up Microsoft again, MSFT. It seems to be putting a charge into the AI sector again. Microsoft to charge more for AI in Office, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this seems to, and so that's the lift in Microsoft, and it looks like that is the reason why something like AI itself is lifting AI. Okay, let's take a look at what my daily chart is just lagging badly. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. Sector's been kind of stuck. Let's take a look at CXI, CXAI. Yeah, not a huge move. Nice spot there though, Kishore, to for the Microsoft, letting us know that Microsoft, because I don't Microsoft would not be on, excuse me, any one of my scanners because it's outside of the price range I like to trade. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to paste something and it's just taking forever. Something's happening with our. Let me do a. All right, guys, 11:40. So in about 20 minutes, Michael Noss will take over for me in our YouTube room. All-time high. All-time high for Microsoft right here is 351.47. So yeah, all-time high for Microsoft. So QBTS is an example of one. I'm not going to take it off my radar, but it's an example of one that if it takes out this area later on, it could have a run still because it's on a low float, 67 million. But in the afternoon, Leanne, in the in the afternoon, it could have a run. That's the sort of thing I keep an eye on. That's why I put a price alert. Yeah, this INOD, I think I've missed it. I think I have missed it. Was the first alert? Not too bad. Okay, guys. So I nod has room. Look left on the weekly chart, 1420, over $1, and that's actually let me see here, 1310. Yes, that's actually on the daily chart too. So this INOD has room. Now, was there any news on this one? Signs a deal with a new with a new big five tech customer for AI. Okay, so AI in the news. I love how now, obviously, one of the five largest technology companies in the world, they signed a deal. Obviously, that company did not want to be put into this press release. Having worked a million years ago, at least let me make sure on stuff like this. And you do a deal with a company and you say, can we please put you in our press release? And they say no. So you can rest assured they would have loved to have said the name of the company. All right, guys. Hearing the grunting, what is moving down? Link, too bad. Just not shortable for me. Who's got shorts for Link? If you got Centerpoint or Cobra or maybe Trade Zero, you probably had shorts for Link. Look at this, right into the 200-day moving average. What a. Now you talk about a garbage stock. That's garbage. I mean, look at this, guys. 2143 in the pre-market. Had some news, but really. Kim. Yeah, this is isn't this Realty or something? Yeah, Kimco Realty. Well, you can kind of see. I mean, it's at 2441 right now. 2035 is a bunch of lows right around there. If it can take that out, yeah. The problem is the 200-day moving average is too close. 2035 is the 200. Yeah, 2013 is the 200-day moving average. For me, it's too close. That could easily stop it from moving down. So even though I'd like the idea of the short of it, if it takes out that 2034, the 200-day is preventing me from doing it. Now, does that mean that the 200-day is going to stop it? Of course not. You mean 100% of the time? Of course not. But as Michael Noss will tell you, when you go into the YouTube room between 12 and 1, you must have a trading plan. And that's one of the things that I look at, the 200-day moving average, the VWAP. And if it doesn't, if I think either of them are too close, depending on the direction I want to take the trade, I don't take the trade. That's part of my plan. Meanwhile, Link just continues to move down. Now, maybe at some point it'll have a bounce, but I mean, it's sitting right on that 200-day now. 907 is the 200-day. Will it hold it? But this is destroy. I mean, hopefully nobody holding on. Oh, it'll come back. It'll come back. It'll come back. It'll come back off the way down. Riot getting ready. Okay, let's take a look at Riot and why is PJ saying Riot is getting ready? So obviously on a bounce. So the first thing I see with Riot is the VWAP is at 1838. So it's got to take the VWAP out. It's 1830 right now, so it's got to take the VWAP out. Well, Majdi, I'm glad you enjoyed it. We weren't trying to pick on you, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. There's ICAD, guys. ICAD. Wow. Is this an AI play? I know I one of those bios was using AI or something. Look at ICAD. Wow. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. Look at this though. I mean, it has some room now to 352 on the weekly chart. I'm not in it, but I'm in the INOD. Don't like to spread an INOD, but 1316, 1322. I'm in the INOD though. That came from the where did it come from? I can't remember anymore. Oh, that came from the option scanner. That's right. So it came down here, 1288, 943. And of course, always waiting for that 13 break. But it showed up here. That's right. It did show up back here. That's what drew my attention to it again. Down here. Anyway, it showed up. It was alerting me in the option plays. 1310. My INOD, so it's got to move, it's only hasn't done anything. I mean, 1314, 1320, but 1310. I hate that spread. I mean, the spread was not as bad when I got in. You get that, bid has to catch up to that ask. But the big deal is the room it's got. That's the main reason for my taking this trade. The room it's got. 1419 is the next high, so I don't have to worry, of some high that's close to the price. It could stop it. What is the float on this one? I should have looked at the float. Look at that. You see, that's the problem with, you get these spready ones, and that's exactly what can happen. It's 24 million. Okay, well, it's fairly low. That is I almost took some out because I don't like that spread. It widened, but we'll see. That's not light to. I guess it did not take out the whole number because I don't have an alert on it. LITI. So Shady, are you out of it? Because I think you got in what 5114 or so. So does that mean you're out of light? I don't know, of course, where your stop was, but you took it at what 5114 or so, right? Or 10 or I'm just wondering where your stop is. I mean, it hasn't moved that much on a percentage basis, 5138. I guess you have, and now it's through the VWAP. I know you don't care, but it's through the VWAP, 5124, 5160. Okay. And I see exactly why. There's the high right there, 5159 of the 11 o'clock candle. Well, I still have an alert set down here at 51. So we'll see if that takes it out. Come on, look at that INOD now. I mean, look at the spread. What we need, yeah, it was 1310, 1324. I was saying, let's get that bid to catch up to the ask. This window is from Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. It's not that low of a spread or of a float that I would have thought that would be happening. We said 24 million. I mean, 25 million. It's not high, but okay, guys. ADES is on the move here. This is what is happening with this daily chart? ADES is on the move here. Problem, as always, looking left. It's a broken record, but when you start looking left and you start seeing, where it could stall. Now, obviously, if it had a clear shot to 323, be way better. But if you look left on the weekly, you just see some stuff between here and say 220. Yeah, Microsoft, no kidding. It's still running here. 356 now, all-time high. Why is Kim going down here? Kim is not an earnings play. Is there some reason for it? How are the rest of the okay, so it's not a home builder. Okay, ownership of open air shopping centers, etc. So it's not a home builder. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, the INOT is firming up a bit. 13, 13, 13, 8. Excuse me, 13, 13, 13, 18. Okay, I am going to put my announcement in. Michael is not in the room yet, but I'm going to put my announcement in. Okay. Okay, and I'll put the YouTube link in. Okay, so there's the YouTube link in. So when Michael shows up, you can head over and listen to Michael for his hour in YouTube. Okay, I nod. 13, 15, 13, 21. EVLO, guys. EVLO was halted at 490, resumed 505, and more. Wow. Now, you know what? It's just I can't do it right now because Michael, I'm going to be taking my break. But the only time I take a halt is if sometimes you got halted at 490. If it pops up and then it pops and then it gets back down through that first halt price, not too much down below it, and then let's say I got to 470 and then it got back up to 490. There's sometimes that's when I'll take the trade. Very risky still, but can't do it with the fact that Michael is going to be in the room and I do take a break. So did Riot to get through the VWAP shorts. Nice call, PJ. Yes, nice call, PJ. You know, when he called it, I said, well, it's got to get through the VWAP, and it certainly did. 1839. Nice call. PRFX is flushing Y. I love questions like this, because well, they did a direct offering yesterday, and that initially there was a little pop, but I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you why it's flushing exactly. Yeah, the thing is, it had no business getting up to $26. Okay, for 5 days ago. Okay, that's really what it's all about. Half a million in the float. No business doing this. It was just traders around the world were piling into it. Reality is just setting in. That's all. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I'm still, I won't put myself on mute in YouTube, but I'm just waiting now for Michael show up. The spread is doing its thing. I may get out of this I-9. I just don't like the spread. It could move later on, but I'm in this. I'm going to be taking my break. I just don't want to be trapped in this thing. Basically, I'm flat on it if I get out right now. I think Michael is doing a podcast right now or a webcast, or so I think that's why he might be a little bit late. Michael, where are you? I've got to get outside to do something. Okay, guys, in YouTube, if Michael comes in, I have to go outside for a minute in case he comes in. Let him know that I'll be back in about a minute. Okay. All right, guys. So Michael is not there yet. Is that correct? Hmm. Below four. Okay, guys, make or break now for me on the I nod. 1317, 1321. I don't want to see this nonsense of dropping it back down to like 1308, 1320. Let's see if it can move from here. Microsoft continues to move a little bit higher. So this is sort of look at that INOD. I just am not loving the way it's trading. So this INOD is an AI play. So lifting with some of the other AIs. Yeah, I mean, AI itself is really doing well since that Microsoft news. That's why I'm just kind of holding on to this INOD just in case it really starts to run. Oh, I see what's happening. So Michael is having a problem logging into the room. So that's the issue, guys. So I just have to wait. It's possible he's not going to be able to. He's um, he's having some issues on his system, so he may not be able to. I definitely need a break though, so we may go silence. We may go silent in the YouTube room for about 20 minutes. Well, while I'm waiting, I'll just keep an eye on this INOD 1317, 1323. I just really wish it would just move away from 13 in a big way. Yeah, for me, it's got to take out that 760 yellow jacket lacrosse. It's got to take out that 760. I still have my price alert set for the RKLB. Gosh, look at Microsoft, guys. Microsoft continues to move here. MSFT on that news. MSFT. I'm just that's why I'm just hanging on to INOD just in case it really starts to lift. Look at Microsoft really lifting on that news. All-time high.
Hello, Barry. Can you hear me?
Michael should be here soon, guys. I'm just actually writing down this information so if it ever happens again, we know how to do it.
Can anyone else hear me? Am I talking to myself here? Oh,
I know it's driving me crazy. It just keeps doing this. I mean, I'm in a 1310, so I'm still mildly above water, but
can you hear me now, Barry? Everyone hears me. Okay.
oh, Michael's there. It's probably because I might have muted the site. Just give me a moment. Maybe I muted the site.
Testing. Hello? Okay. Well, if everyone else can hear me, I'm just going to start chatting. We'll kick Barry out. I'm just telling Barry in chat here that everyone can hear me. So it's time for him to go to the pub and drink many, many beers, as he does. Okay. So apologize. We're a few minutes late here. Just a little bit of a technical glitch getting signed in, but it looks like I'm in and everyone can hear me and everything's good. So fantastic.
Okay, guys, I know you can probably hear me and Michael. Michael, I can't hear you for some reason, but I'm going to go now and I'll come back at 1, okay, in case I can't hear you. Okay? So I'm muting now.
Yeah, so what we do each and every day at this time is we give Barry so much needed time off. Open up for live Q&A. So I'll be here for the next hour answering any questions that anyone has about trade ideas and setting it up and all that kind of stuff. So for those who don't know me, my name is Michael Noss. I'm a chartered market technician. I've been using trade ideas since 2006, and I've been consulting here for over 5 years now anyway. So I should be able to help out. You should be able to help out with whatever you need. And again, we always appreciate questions because we want to leave this open to questions so we don't have anything prepared. So we want to make sure that we have that time. So feel free to ask. I know there's some excitement going on in the AI space, but when it comes to the rest of the market, there's not a lot of excitement going on. We're up again, right? Which is good. Obviously, we want to be up, but right so far, a relatively boring day or relatively boring time. But that's what these kind of bull markets do, right? It's great for swing traders, great for trend traders, not so great for people who want to pick directions. All right, so I see a question that's going to cause a little bit of a rant, but I think it's good. I'm stuck in a short. No, you're not. First of all, there's no such thing. Right? If you disobeyed your stop, then you should write, I disobeyed my stop. What should I do? If you didn't have a plan and a stop, you should say, I entered a trade without a plan, which is just to say I gambled on something. Right? I'm not going to tell you what to do with the trade, but I'm going to tell you that if you're trading without a trading plan, you're gambling and things will end poorly. And if you have a trading plan and you're not following it, things will also end poorly. So first of all, I want to get the I am stuck in a position out of your head. No, you're not. Right? You can hit one button right now, you can be out of the position. You're never stuck in a position. Right? That's the beauty of being a small retail trader, is that you're never stuck in a position, right? Um, so, right, the language we use is important, right? The Yeah, you are not stuck in a position. You are in a losing position that you either ignored your plan and didn't sell, or you don't have a plan. And both of those things end in absolute disaster. Now, what I will say is the fact that it's short means you're also, when you took this gamble, you took a gamble with limited gains but unlimited losses. So, the thing could triple or quadruple or quintuple, or could wipe out your entire account and leave you out there on the street with no money holding a cup. So I would get a plan, right? I would stick with that plan. If it was me personally, as the moment I'm in a trade against my plan, I'm in a trade, um, you know, or I'm in a trade and I realize I didn't have a plan for the trade, I'm out immediately because it's simple, right? I'm not here to gamble. There's a casino down the road. If I want to do that, I'm here to make a business and make a long term go at this thing where speculate on, um, I speculate in the market for a long period of time. And right, if you are trading without that, then it's a gamble to get riches, right? Which I see a lot. So again, it's not harping on you. Uh, it's something that happens from time to time, and it shouldn't. But so again, I can't tell you what to do with the position because there's I tell you to get out and it tanks and it would have made a lot of money, then you're mad, or I tell you to stay in and it rips, and then you guys are out on the street holding a cup, and I feel bad. So, I won't tell you what to do with your position, but I will tell you that if you continue to again, you either held it past your stop or you didn't have a stop to begin with. And both of those things will lead to absolute ruin in the markets eventually. It might not be today or tomorrow, but there's no way that that ends well in the long run. Okay? We are playing a probabilistic game, right? So unless you are the luckiest human being that's ever lived, if you're playing a probabilistic game, at some point you are going to lose in a trade, right? And then if you do not have a plan for what's going to occur then and how often you're going to lose in a trade and all that kind of stuff, then um, it's the outcome will be exactly what the outcome would be if you were putting it all on red every time at the craps table, right? It doesn't matter how good your analytical skills are. It doesn't matter how smart you are as a trader. The best traders in the world, the most profitable guys out there, have a sub 50-50 win rate. And you can look at this when it comes to hedge funds or large institutions or big traders or prop firms. You know, Intraday traders and scalpers may have a little bit of a higher win rate, but they have a lower risk reward. The turtle traders, the Richard Dennis and all those guys, the Renaissance Capital, all these guys, sub 50-50 win rate. right? But what matters is the other side of things, is a plan to, this is what I'm going to do when I'm correct, and this is what I'm going to do when I'm incorrect, and I'm going to follow that diligently without deviation. And in my opinion, that's the only thing that keeps you alive in this game. Right? You could be trading, you could have the best luck in the world and be trading absolutely perfectly for 5 years and then just be completely wrong and blow up in a single day. Right? Wayfair, doesn't matter what it is. Right? That's the thing. So the other thing is, if you are very concerned with the outcome of a single trade, you're doing it wrong as well. Right? People who are concerned with whether or not a single trade makes them or loses them money, again, it's back to that gambling thing. It shouldn't matter if a single trade makes you or loses you money. If you're planning on trading either for a career or a side hustle or just to gain a little bit of extra income, the only thing that matters is the outcome of your next 1,000 trades. Your next trade should be irrelevant. And if if you take a trade and you're mega, mega excited because of the wins, or really, really bummed because of the losses, you've done it too big, and you've done it in a not a systematic way. So it doesn't matter if it's Wayfair or AMC or Goldman Sachs. Doesn't matter what it is. Right? Wayfair could triple from here, could go to zero. I don't know. And the more important thing is nobody knows. Right? So you don't either. And anyone you ask, they don't know either. And if they actually give you an answer of what they are going to do, what the thing's going to do next, then they're also wrong, because that's just the game. Again, what we are doing is playing a law of large numbers. You come up with a theory about why something will happen when the market does XYZ. You execute on that theory, you test it, and if that theory has edge, then you just exploit that edge over and over and over again with proper risk management, and that's how kind of wealth is created in the market. Wealth is removed by, I'm going to take a trade and not have a stop loss and not have an exit plan. The only reason to never have an exit plan is if you assume you're always going to be 100% correct, which, again, there's no human being on the face of the earth that has ever gotten anywhere near a 90% correctness, let alone 100% correctness. So have a plan, right? And start with this trade. Devise I will get out if XYZ occurs. And then before you take another trade in the market, build a plan and make sure you have the discipline in order to trade that plan. No problem. And I know it's harsh, but it's I could tell you whatever, right? A plan could be something as simple as, if it takes out this high, that's where I'm going to get it. I'm going to get out. So I'm just going to put a stop loss right there. And then I'm never going to take another trade again until I have a written and tested trading plan about why I'm going to get into things, why I'm going to get out of things, where my stop loss is going to go. And I trust myself to stick to that, right? It's one of those things, the worst thing that could happen when you enter a trade without a plan is that trade works. Because that will just reinforce, bad behavior. Again, this game is completely, we're playing numbers, right? There's never a sure trade, right? So that when you really internalize that you have no idea, and you never will, what's going to happen next to a stock, then it leads you to focus a little bit more on what's important, which is, how do I make more money when I'm right than I lose when I'm wrong? Right? That's the important bit. Why is Enphase down today? The sellers in Enphase today are more aggressive than the buyers, so that's why it's down today. Everything else is just theater. It's just there are more people selling at the bid than there are people buying at the ask, and that's why a stock is up. And that's why a stock is down. and all of that stuff about analysts' estimates. Analysts are the most wrong stock market participants that there are. There is nobody who is more wrong more often in trading than analysts. They work on old, outdated data. They have biases that make them try to say that everything is always going to be sunny and fantastic. There's nobody who is more wrong. And if you want to look that up more, just look up the magazine indicator on Google, and it'll actually we can. Very well known. The magazine cover indicator. It's even got its own Wikipedia article. So the most perfect stock market indicator is basically looking at what analysts put out and doing the exact opposite of those things, right? Some simple examples. Brazil takes off, was an economist cover, right at the top of the market. Brazil fails, right at the bottom of the market. End of the oil age. That was right here. And this was done in 2008. Right. So then 2004, they said it would be the end of oil. Facebook is worth $15 in 2012. I don't even know, right? The reverse splits and all that stuff on Metas. Right. The top of gold market, Fortune magazine's, right? Person of the year for Tesla, right? It just keeps going on. So unless you want to fade them, I would say don't listen to analysts. The incentive structure is all screwed up with analyst estimates too, right? You can't just go in there and say, "Hey, this company's shit," because then the company is not going to give them access to ask questions and that kind of stuff. So again, the analysts are not there to help you out. I have a question about staying in trades when they are working. I tend to get out too early by selling or moving stops. I always suggest some sort of a trailing stops. The question was, how do you stay in your winners longest? And that's a good question, right? That's the right question to ask. Because why trading works is the fact that we can be in a trade, we can be wrong and out incredibly quick. Right? There's never such thing as being stuck in a trade. You just click a button and you're out. That's the benefit we have over the large institutions. The question, so then, and we know that our win rate is going to be roughly 50-50 for the rest of our lives. So the focus, and that's why it's such a good question, is, well, how do I keep my winners longer? And how you do it is, I think, some sort of a trailing stop. Now, I don't mean by just putting in like a 25-cent trailing stop or something like that. I mean a reason to sell. So it could be something as simple as a moving average, right? Let's use an example here with HELE. So this is a trade that I'm in. I took a little bit right before I got on this one. Or no, let's actually use a couple weeks ago. I actually took this trade live when I was on here. Mara, right? And I got in Mara right here at 1069. And for anyone who was watching at the time, you can attest. I did that live in real time. I think I found it from the TI Strength Alerts. So one thing that I did is I just said, okay, well, I want to stick in this one for a long time because it looks really good and it had a high short float. So what I've done is I've just slapped on a 10 or an 8 EMA. No magic in any of these indicators. You'll just pick a shorter one if you want to hold for a shorter period of time. You'd pick a shorter EMA. If it's a longer period of time, pick a longer one. SMAs and EMAs are essentially the same thing, right? There's EMA will adapt a little bit faster to like if the stock gaps, but other than that, it's the same stuff. So what I've done with Mara, I'm still in I'm still in Mara. And I basically just said, as this thing was kind of pushing out, I said, if we close, so a candle has to close below the ADMA, then I'm going to get out, right? So that was my plan. And I got, that was my plan. As soon as I got in here at 1069, my stop went right to the low of the candle that I got in, was right there. And then I just said, hey, if it closes below the ADMA, I'm out. And now it's going to be, say it closes below today and it doesn't do anything crazy like sell back to 11, which would suck, but that's the plan I made. So I'm going to stick with it. It's going to be like a 75% gain on the common stock on this play. So, right. That's a great move. Now, it's not always going to work. Of course, there's going to be periods where, it gaps up and then it sells off. Monday.com, it's going to be the same thing. So I'm in this one from right here, I think 171, 172, I think, somewhere in this area right here. And I just said the same thing. The idea here was the anchored VWAP from before the gap, which is a scan that we have in Trade Ideas, came back down, held that anchored VWAP and started to push higher. So somewhere in this 172, it was either 172 or 173, I can't remember. So somewhere in this area, I'm long, and I will stay long this thing as long as it holds above the 8 EMA. So that could be, and again, not because this particular one is a magic moving average in any way, shape, or form, but that kind of way or that kind of thinking keeps me into the names that are working and keeps me out of the names that don't. So like one thing that didn't work, just to show that they don't work, was so this CELH. So I got in this one around 152, and unless it like really rallies at the end of the day, this one looks like it's going to close below the ADMA. So this one will probably get me out today. Right. So then the beauty of it is it keeps you in the winners as long as you can, and then keeps you out of the losers as soon as they stop working. And that's the kind of thing that you need. Like if we go back to the Turtle Traders that I was talking about before, great book if you haven't read it. They simply did I think it was 100-day breakout was their entry signal, and then a 50-day breakdown was their exit signal. So they would need it to break into a new 50-day low in order to exit and a new 100-day high in order to enter. And that was the strategy they came up with. And, there's people that are still using that strategy to make money out of the markets today. So, some reason. Now, the ideal reason would be to kind of show you, say, hey, this is where the trade is invalidated, right? So this is, the idea that you had was that, this WRBY, the idea was it was going to hold these prior highs. There's one right here, and there's one right here. So when it pulled down and it made this hammer candle, I just put a stop limit above that high, and I got triggered in around 13. The idea was it was going to hold these prior highs. So if it didn't, I'm out right away. Now I just need a way to keep me in this one as long as it's going to move up. I see that it's respected the ADMA here before on 2 days. So I'll probably use that one for this one as well. And if it's a slower moving trade, then I may use something like a 20 period moving average or something. But yeah, so that's the main idea, is just to make the stock do something. Now, the downside to it, because there's going to be a downside to everything, is people who use things like profit targets and just say, hey, I'm going to target 2 times my risk or something on the benefit of them is they're going to be right more often when you have a solid profit target, but they'll miss those outside moves. How would I apply this to day trading? I am not very good at day trading at all, so I don't do it very much. I'll take a trade here or there, but I don't do very much. It probably works the same, right? Like, so I know Microsoft is moving. Right, so if we go into like a 5 minute on Microsoft, I'd be the same thing, right? I would probably use it, right? If this thing's breaking out and you bought this because it's moving on some AI news or whatever Barry posted in our room, then the idea is you would just use the same thing. You just say, "Hey, I'm going to stick with this as long as it goes," and that will give you that push. So I would say the same concepts apply. Now, it doesn't have to be a moving average, right? Some people use what they just call a bar by bar, and to say I'm going to raise my stop up to the below low of each bar. And here in Microsoft, you'd actually still be in, so your stop would be right here right now. So, right, and I'd say over the long run, over thousands of trades, there would be um, so yeah, the idea is whichever you come up with is that um, you need something that's a consistent that you're going to use all the time. Uh, the B, it gives you that outsized return chance because trading and investing follows the Pareto principle. I think I pronounced that right. But the 80-20 rule, where in trading and investing, 80% of your profits come from 20% of your gains. So the issue I have personally with profit targets for most trading things is that you're capping that 20%, right? So again, Mara, for me, even if I get stopped out today, which it looks like it's kind of flirting with that area, so I may. This is uh, a massive gain for me. Like this is if I only took this trade over this month and maybe the next month, that would be amazing. But if I just said, hey, I bought Mara at 1060 and it looks good at 12 or 13, let me get out, then I leave that on the table. But at the same time, you got to understand that most trades obviously aren't going to do this, right? Most trades are going to move a little bit in your favor and then kind of crash back down. Trying to think of an example of something I took lately. Nvidia. I was in Nvidia. I was in Nvidia right here on this day. 384, and that was the same thing, our anchored view up from before the gap scan. So I was in on this candle right here, and this did a big run. I was hoping that more would come of it, and then it came and it closed right below the moving average right here at 400. Now I had this on watch to get back in, but I didn't end up getting it back in. But so this was it was still a gain, but it was only a 20-point gain. What you need to be okay with if you're using a trailing stop method is being able to look at how much money you could have made, but didn't because of that trailing stop metric. So exiting is kind of the hardest part because you're never going to be, just like you would never expect to buy a stock by buying and nailing the absolute bottom. Right? No one expects to do that. You need to understand that when you sell, you're not ever going to nail the absolute top. So one of two things are going to happen. Either, like something like happened here on Nvidia, I left a bunch of money obviously on the table, but I had no way of knowing that at the time, right? So I left that money on the table and I got stopped at actually, if you look at it, a pretty bad price, to be honest, right? Um, that's fine, right? Because for every one of those, there may be a Mara. Adobe's another one. So I'm in Adobe from exactly like 500 or so. And this one's kind of trailing up as well. So you just need to know that there is no perfect exit strategy. You know, the people who just set a stop loss and set a profit target, there's an advantage to that in the case that, um, you can kind of, one of those two things are going to be hit and then you can just kind of ignore it. Um, and the benefit of setting a profit target is many times it will run up to your profit target and maybe a little bit further and then maybe pull back. So I would say in most scenarios, if you're good with your profit target, you may make a little bit more than someone who did some sort of trailing stop. The downside is the handful of times that the thing really, really goes, then you're kind of missing that potential gain, right? And again, those potential gains, even if there's only a handful for you day trading a month, or for me swing trading a year, those can really, really, really add to the bottom line, right? Give me 5 Maras a year, and that has like substantially added to my bottom line. So again, it's got to be something that you're comfortable with enough because you can make very, whatever you do, it has to be consistent over a long period of time. And that's where a lot of people will kind of get in trouble, where they look at like their last 2 or 3 trades and said, "Oh, well, if I trailed these ones, I would have made money. So now let me trail my stop." And then they look at the last 2 or 3 trades and say, "Oh, I should have used a profit target." And then they'll switch. So you have to just kind of have an ideology and kind of stick to it, right? It's a question about how to add to winning stocks, and I personally don't. Um, the Thanks for the detail. No problem. I can certainly rant. Uh, I don't personally add to winning trades very often, um, but I see the merit behind it. The I think the most logical way to add to a winning trade is when you have something that is a valid setup that hasn't yet been stopped out, as opposed to just saying, "I'm up on this trade, let me add to it." And the famous one I'm thinking for this is actually William O'Neill, who wrote his books, and he did a lot of this where he would really, really pile into winning trades. So this isn't something I did, but this could be a nice little example, right? Say you were watching Adobe because right it had broken into these highs, so you wait it right here until it put in this nice little bull flag, and that was your initial trade, right? I don't think it makes sense just to add because the thing's working for you. But when it does this was my entry into Adobe, the second one here, but it puts in this kind of, draw that better. It puts in this secondary flag right here, and I bought it on a break of $500. That might be a valid add because now you can move your stop up right underneath here. So that would be, and again, it's something that it makes sense. Only if you can find something that's really, really trending for a long period of time. But what I would do is I would kind of treat each trade as a setup. Before you're going to add, I think the question should be, would I take an initial position here? And okay, here's something that I guess I actually did. Let's find. Let's actually just find an example. What's something? Let's do a meta. I think would be good. A good example, right? So, say your initial buy in meta was, I don't know. Let's just pick something like right around here somewhere, right? Because it had this kind of cup look after a big gap up. So you bought that breakout. So instead of just saying, "Hey, I'm going to add because I'm up on a position, you can see it put another little kind of cup play right here and broke out from there. So maybe that's an ad. And then it moves up a little bit and then it consolidates a little bit more. And then it breaks out and then maybe that's an ad. And then it consolidates and then it breaks out a little bit more. So maybe that's an ad. So now we're pulling back here. So if it finds support and then starts to push up, maybe that's also an ad. But you can see how each of these trades, if you weren't in the position, you could take as a valid trade of, hey, this stock is showing strength, it's consolidated for a bit, and now it's breaking out. And hey, here we are showing strength and consolidated for a bit, and now it's breaking out. So you can see how, each of these would have been a valid kind of first position. So that to me makes the most sense as a way to make it so that it's a valid kind of second or third ad because it's valid on a first trade. So if that makes sense, that's the most logical thing I can do. And I know this wasn't part of your question, but what I will say is that a good losers add to losers is a good saying, right? Where adding into a winning position, to me, again, if you can find a nice setup for it, to me that makes perfect sense. To adding into a winner, just never, ever, 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 ever add into losers. It's just a recipe for disaster, right? You were wrong, accept it. Get back in if another setup occurs, and if that's part of your plan and that's something you're allowed to do, go right ahead. But just don't add to a position because you were wrong on it, right? Yeah, let me connect. It's fairly. So I don't. When I'm talking about trailing stops, I'm not talking about your traditional, just like a 15-cent trailing stop or so. But let me. Do I not have any trades open? Whatever. Let's pick HELE. And we're gonna buy. We're gonna buy that. And the beauty of it is this trailing stop. So this is what I do each night when I obviously have it disconnected when I'm showing you guys stuff. But right, my stop shows up like a line right here. So all I have to do is raise it when I want to raise it. But because I'm a what they call a close to close trader, which means I do most of my trading on the close of today, and then I will wait until the close of tomorrow in order to modify those orders. It's simply just going through the stocks that I'm in. Right? It's simply going through. I usually keep them all here as price alerts. So I'm in this MTLX from this day right here, and I just close it. And I haven't, if I'm using the ADMA, I'll usually just have all of the EMAs I'm using for trailing stops up on the chart, and it becomes super quick. Like, let's just go through. I don't know if I have all of my holdings in here. I might need to clean it up. DPZ, I'm probably going to enter on the close today, so that doesn't count. Let's go to, so these are all things that I may or may not enter on the close. So I got to ignore these. Oh, SYM. So I'm in this one, and it's above the ADMA, and I don't see any reason to get out. So then I move on to the next one. Right. So SoFi, I bought SoFi yesterday on the close. I'm about flat on it. No reason to exit and move on to the next one. Right. IMTX, I may get in this one. I got to take a look. Right. But WRBY, I entered around here. I'm up. There's nothing really going on. Get out. I cuck. This one shouldn't be here. I had this on the list, but I guess there's some M&A craziness. Morph, still not in Morph, so I gotta get rid of it. That's not right. So you can see how quick this MTLX. I'm in from here. It's not below the ADMA. Time to get out. Right. MDB, not below the ADMA. Not time to get out. Right. CBay flirting with it. Right. You can just see how quickly these things are able to go through. Right. I don't need to think about these for any length of time. It's just if this, then do this. If not, then don't do this, right? And that's kind of the end of it. So I don't think there's anything here except what were we looking at before? Mara that I have to keep an eye on. Yeah, so it looks like my whole portfolio is just fine right now. A CLH. I'll definitely have to kill. So that's it. So I went through it all. It took like a minute and a half. And it's one of those, if you don't have that time to devote to the trading, then please don't trade. Um, but that's the process. It's just, hey, these are the things that I hold. I have a plan for each and every one of them. Right? Go through and say, is this a, uh, you know, do I feel like I need to exit this? No. Okay, move on. I guess the easiest way to say, is it in an uptrend for your time frame, whatever your time frame is? If yes, and you're long, obviously, then stay with it, right? If no, it's time to get out. Now you can just do a trailing stop, a traditional one. I don't really recommend those. You can just go into your strategies and you can just right click, and under risk management, instead of stop, which I have a filter, that'll just put my thing at the low of the day. You can just put in a trailing stop. So it is very easy to do. My issue with the reason I look for either moving averages or some people use like a multi-period low, which we can just use multi-period low. So this blue line that will just now be, this is the 20-day low. It just says, hey, if it makes a new 20-day low, get me in. The reason I think those work way better than just the traditional lame trailing stop is that, so say you use a 20-cent trailing stop. Well, on some securities, that will be fine, right? On a dollar security, that's 20% of the position, right? On a $100 security, it's only a 0.2% move. And that's obviously too tiny, it won't work. Same with using a percentage based trailing stop. On some stuff, that will be fine. On a um, on a stock that moves a little, maybe a 5% trailing stop will work perfect. On a stock that moves a lot, a 5% trailing stop just won't work. So it's one of the reasons I don't like just those traditional ones. The benefit of either a moving average or a multi-period low or an ATR trailing stop or something like that is that it is adaptive to the price of whatever it is that you're looking at, right? So a 10 SMA, for example, is simply the 10 closing prices divided by 10, right? So it uses the closing prices of the actual security itself. Something like an anchored VWAP. I've seen people use anchored VWAPs from where they got into the position, right? So they'll take Mara, right, and they'll say, okay, the breakout candle on Mara was this candle right here that I bought. So I'm going to anchor the VWAP right there, and then that's going to be my trailing stop. For me, that's a little bit too slow, but if you're planning on holding Mara for a longer period of time, then that would work. But yeah, that's my issue with traditional trailing stops. They just don't adapt to the security, right? They just, so unless you're going to go in and type in one each time, the it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Now you could, um, right? You could also just do another indicator for it is just look at average true range is another indicator that can help with this. And this just puts it the lower panel. You can actually also just put this in instead of an indicator. You can just put it in your single stock window. There, average true range. So the average true range in Mara is $1.58. So actually, let's get rid of the indicator and just use it in the single stock window there. Right. So that means on average in a day, that average changes based off of where was it? Based off of price movement. It fluctuates. The average Mara moves about $1.58. So what some people may do is they may just say, okay, so if Mara is going to move $1.50 and I'm buying Mara right here for whatever reason, then I'm going to put a trailing stop loss of about $1.50 or some multiple of that, right? It might say $3, for example. Say, okay, I'm going to risk $3 on Mara, which is basically means if it's 2 days of price action down on average, then it's time to get me out. That to me makes sense as well because that adapts to the volatility of the security. Now let's add back on the indicator because sometimes, right, it goes from really, really small to really, really wide, right? So right in this area before Mara broke out, instead of it being $1.50, it was like 70 cents or 80 cents. Because again, it hasn't moved very much in this range. That makes sense. Just whatever it is that you're doing, I guess, have it be adaptive in some way because every single stock, even if I guess the only way if you traded the same stock all the time, then maybe a traditional trailing stop would work. But the fact if you're going to trade different names, you got to understand they all act differently.
Michael, can you hear me?
Yes, you're back, Barry. Can you hear
So
me?
I can hear you now. I don't know why I couldn't hear you before. The problem I have with you right now, no, I don't have a problem with you, Michael. But the
Right.
problem, you sound sort of tinny. Now I don't know. Normally, your voice and your mic sounds awesome. Just sounds a little more tinny today. I don't know if you've got a setting that. No,
What
but
about that?
there you go. That's better.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
So as you know, we're
as I
building
know.
a version. So I had to basically reset my browser to try to get some version to work, and it
Mhm.
screwed all my settings. So
I
I'm not
know.
you hear me at all. That I was actually talking the whole time into my webcam. It picked up the microphone in the webcam as opposed to
Okay,
my
I got you.
studio mic that I have right in front of my face here.
Way better, way better. You do sound like you're in the studio. Talking about the stops, the trailing stops, Michael. I mean,
Yep.
and when you were talking about using an ATR, at least there's some science behind that, as opposed to people saying, "Well, I'll just have a 1% trailing stop or a 20
Yeah, I
cents
don't like
trailing
that.
stop." There's no
Yeah.
science behind it.
Yeah.
There's no real logic behind it other than, I suppose, if you were stepping away from your computer and you said, well, where am I going to, I would never do that still, but that's the only reason. But I've never used a trailing stop in my life. The other thing that, people obviously, well, never mind a trailing stop. Every stop is 10 cents. I get into a trade, I have a stop at 10 cents or 20
Yeah,
cents.
that's just
Again, not based on anything. It's just no science whatsoever.
that
So,
that to me just seems both of those, but that just to me being a little harsh, but that just to me seems lazy, right? It just seems like just people who want to just put out and they want to trade, but they don't want to do even the most basic math, which you kind of have to as you're trading, right? And the math is okay. What's a reasonable stop for this stock, and then how many shares do I take based off that reasonable stop, right? So no, and same with the trailing stop, right? I think the examples I used worked where it's like, if you're going to use a 25-cent trailing stop, and some stocks that might be completely appropriate, and other stocks it might make absolutely it might be too tight, and then other stocks it might be too wide, right? So it's
sure.
like, you can't do that because the market doesn't give a crap whether you only want to risk 10 cents a trade, right?
Exactly.
The market only cares about, hey, this is how much, right? This is what's going to trade, right? Someone asked, why is Enphase down? I said, there's the sellers are more aggressive than the buyers, right? That's all there is to it.
Exactly. So I'm just while you were gone, I just got out of my INOD trade, INOD. Do you see that Microsoft news? I know you don't like to read news and all, but boy, that sure put a charge into Microsoft itself and a lot of the AI stocks.
I am excited for a lot of this AI stuff has been, um, to me, I've played with ChatGPT. I've done a lot of these things. A lot of it's been interesting, and I will use ChatGPT often instead of Google for just like quick, right? Tell me when this thing occurred or something like that.
Hmm.
But the transformative stuff I haven't seen yet. But in my head, the Microsoft Excel with Chat GPT, which is what they were talking about, I think, putting it in
I think it was
Microsoft
in Bing,
Office.
but okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you're right.
Yeah.
Office. I thought it was Bing, but that's okay.
But yeah,
I mean,
that to me, that's going to be the biggest thing that most people are going to use, because I don't know how many times I'm doing a lot of my data analyst type stuff, and I just don't know how to do something, or I'm like, hey, I want to get the date out of this column that has both date and time, and like little stuff like that, that if I had a little
mhm.
personal assistant there, that I could either tell it to do it or ask it how to do it, and it'd give me, and not have to, because right now you Google something and you go through 7 different forms and
Right.
try to figure out, oh, is it this? Oh no, they're talking about Microsoft Excel from
Yeah. By the way, you
5
are
years
right.
ago, and
You are right. It says they're
but
going to charge $30 a month per user per month to access its AI features in the Office software. It's a suite. And also, they mentioned Bing. They talk about Bing.
yeah,
And so you're right about the Office suite. I didn't realize that.
yeah, I'll pay for that, right? Because it just the I have the data there, and just, hey, make a pie chart of this, and just have it
Hmm.
like that
Right,
kind of
right,
stuff.
right.
That to me is the before it takes all of our jobs. I think we've got a couple of years of
Right.
like
I'll be gone
this.
by then, Michael. I'll definitely be gone.
Well, hopefully I'll figure out a way to be gone
Yeah,
too. But
I'll definitely
um
be gone. Hey, Michael,
before
before you leave, you want to, I don't know how to answer Travis. How do I find unusual order volumes or prints during the last hour of trade? I mean, we have an unusual print filter, or sorry, alert, but I don't know. Is there any special thing to do the last
No,
hour
I
of
would I
trading?
would just use we have the let me grab alert window here. It's funny, I don't use alert windows like at all anymore.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
so
just top lists. Um
you're not supposed to use top lists anymore.
oh I all top lists and Market Explorer. The block trade I think would be a good one,
Hmm.
right? You can set all of these. You can either just open them up um in the last hour, or you can even use the time filter and make it so it just goes off in the last hour. But I'd say the block trades, and then yeah, we do have one for an unusual number of prints. I would check out those two to
Yeah.
see if there's anything, because that is interesting for me. Is I've I finally heard someone branded me. I didn't know this was a thing, but I'm called a close to close trader, which basically means I enter all my stuff on the close, and then I exit all my stuff on the close. So this kind of stuff would be interesting to me to see if there's anything crazy going on at the close. And then you can go through and you can go into the time filter. And this is basically, if you set the minimum of the time filter to a number, it won't produce results before that time. So,
Right.
you would just have to do the math and say what there's 6.5 hours in a day. So you would just
390
have,
minutes. Yeah,
yeah,
390 minutes. So if you only wanted the last 90 minutes, you started at 300, something
yeah,
like that.
exactly. Right. And then just put that, so 300 or 330, if you wanted to be actually the last hour,
Hmm.
then you can do that. Also, for other people, I found that when I was day trading, I used the time filter the other way a lot, where I would set in a max to have
Right.
all of my alerts stop at like noon, because I had a really bad habit of making a bunch of money in the morning and then just pissing it all away in the afternoon.
Right.
So I would go through and I would say, hey, stop all my alerts at noon, and that would just kind of be like my signal to, right. I don't want to see any new information because that might make me do something stupid. So I'd give that a shot.
Well, Michael, when I give all this up, I'll be getting up at about 9 my time and doing a little preparation, and then I'll trade from 10 to 1. That'll be it for me, because I still love the afternoon trading. I think it's for about 4 or 5 stocks that have just been so active in the first part of the morning, and then they just go to rest, and then all of a sudden they just resume sometime in the afternoon.
Yep.
And just trick is to find them, of course, but yeah, I'm loving the afternoon trading way
Well, and
more than morning trading.
even for me with my swing trading, as soon as because I was doing a lot of like really trying to fine tune my entry throughout the day. And when I just said, at one point, I said, screw it. And I was like, I'm going to do an experiment for 6 months where I'm only going to enter on the close. I'm not even going to look at the market for my swings until the close. And I found the results were a little bit better, but about the same. And I'm like, but I gained my whole day back to work on new
Right.
strategies and do more
Right.
research. And like, so, why would I stare at a screen, stare at these charts all day when I can get so much more done? And my results are both the same. So
True enough. Okay, my friend, I'll let you go. Get back in the other room now, and
okay.
We'll see you in a bit.
All right, I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in. Let's see, get my music going first. And yeah, so to recap my ANA trade, I'm out of it. I'm out of it. I may get back in it. Yeah, I finally did make the nice move. I was in at 1310, got into the 1350s, right up here, I think. Got into 1357, got up there as it started to filter back down to 1350. I basically dumped most of my trade, okay? I have just a little bit left, just in case it does something really crazy. I don't know why my daily chart is not wanting to populate without doing an account reset. But anyway, yeah, I mean, that seemed to take forever for that to really, really get rolling. But you know what? I almost got out at 1310. I mean, just as I was taking my break, going to take my break, I thought, you know what? I don't want to hang on to this. The spread is driving me crazy. Widening, tightening, widening, tightening, widening. Anyway, but I held on, and it turned out okay. I would experiment, Travis. Okay. I think I've never used the unusual prints, but if you go to the help, I think it'll say like 100 is you'll probably get hardly any, and 0 you'll get everything. So I would just experiment. Okay. Meanwhile, the ABOS is continuing. Oh, now there are shorts available. Shoot, too late now for me, but there were no shorts available. I mean, there are only 2,000 at Interactive Brokers right now, but when I wanted to short it, when it took out the low yesterday, there were no shorts available. So there's been some short covering, obviously, some short covering, but I just see gone, gone. You know what I'm talking about, guys? So this is as I was looking at it, it was 2,000, then 1,000, and now they're gone. That is Interactive Brokers. So never got into the iCAD. Nice rip. The issue I have with it wasn't all depends on how many shares you take, of course, but for a cheap one, if you have a wide stop, you have to take fewer shares because you're going to have to manage your risk. And when you get all these bottoming tails, I mean, pretty hard to hold on unless you've got a very wide stop, in my opinion. So even though the trend was up and it looks awesome right now, if you'd taken it, in the 270s, but it would have been tough for me anyway to hold on. So consequently, didn't take it. But I mean, otherwise, I mean, it would have been awesome because arguably, it has a shot to get to four. Now the RKLB is just right at that 760 mark. So let me back this out again. Yeah, I mean, the next high is 789. So that is what, about 30 cents away. Then if we can get through that, then the next high is 878. I wish that weren't there. I just wish that high of 789 weren't there. I wish it was 874 the next high. That would probably get me into the trade, no problem. Just have my doubts though that it's going to move that much more. Now, having said that, let's see what happens. Hey guys, well, I have to do a video pretty soon, so just checking to see what I'm going to do it on. Oh, there's the I nod. Again, I really don't have much left, but to tell you the truth, I thought I had exited everything, but I kept a little portion. Okay, well, let's take a look at what the definition is, okay? Did you look at the definition? Let me just do the unusual prints. And I've never used it. Okay, I have never used it, so but all I can do is take a look at this and then click on the help. So you can filter these alerts based on how much faster the prints are coming in than normal, as described below. Did you read all this? Oh, it's okay, Travis. I'm only in the one. It's okay. Did you read all this though? Did you read everything about this in the help? So usually the ratio, if you used 100, you'd get hardly any, and zero, you'd get a million, like so many. That's typically how the ratios seem to work. But anyway, I would just read through. I really can't offer any more. But what I would do is put 50 in it to start. Okay. And just see what sort of alerts you're getting from it. See if they make sense to you. Are you getting too many? And is the quality of the alert good? I mean, that is the thing with all of our filters and alerts, okay? Because there's no right or wrong setting. And it can change from week to week. When I say change from week to week, it all depends on the type of market you're in too. So if you're getting too many alerts, you might want to tighten it up. If you're getting hardly any, then loosen it a bit. You know what I mean? So all right, Einod. Well, hey, listen, I mean, the next high looking left, that was the big attraction to it, okay, in the first place at 1421 on the daily chart. That's what gave us the room for it to move, right, potentially. How do you show more bars in a chart window? So really only one thing you can do. So if I left click on INOD as an example, now if you're, I don't think this is going to completely answer your question, but this is zooming in and out. Okay. There's no way to, say, well, show more bars exactly. But if I left click on the chart, that it tells the system what chart you want to do this in. And then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. And with your scroll wheel, scroll in and out. Obviously, that's going to give you a lot more bars. Okay. Okay, so that's all you can do. So control key press down on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay. All right, guys, what time is it now? I think I'll do my video now. 117, 118. So say back around 128. Should be earlier, but again, just in case I have any technical issues while I'm doing it. Okay, put myself on mute now. Okay, guys, I'm back. And boy, that iCAD, yeah, the iCAD has just been again, I was explaining earlier why I didn't take it. It was just too whippy for me, but settled down a little bit now. Now the next high looking left, it's right approaching it, 352. Next high after that is 418. So if it can settle down a little bit, settling down meaning not so many topping tails and bottoming tails. It's a yeah, it's a pretty low float, 24 million in the float. See if there's any specific news on it. Look at the market. All to do with the banks, I guess. I'm back. I'm back. I'm assuming that, when people ask me that, where am I? They're not seeing my screen because I put the announcement on the screen that I'm sharing. So I guess that means that people aren't seeing some people who ask are not seeing my screen. Does APLS look like a potential bounce? Okay, potential bounce. Let's take a look at it. I know we're still moving down. Not yet. I mean, look, the trend is still down. I mean, it is still down. I mean, I'm not saying it won't bounce at some point, but this trend is still down. It had a little bounce here, 45 minutes, it went up. But since then, the sellers are just continuing to knock it down. So at this point, I mean, I don't see, look, at some point, will it bounce? Excuse me, probably, but I could never predict it would happen now, as an example. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you. And the noise canceling is working great now in both rooms. I just have to remember for some reason, it doesn't want to remember that I've chosen the Chris mic. So I had to remember to do that. And it did not reboot my computer. I just put it to sleep. And yet it went back, it reverted to the Yeti mic, which is okay. I just have to remember to do it because I did not reboot my computer. Yeah, so when I woke up, it was the Yeti Nano mic. It was not this. So luckily I remembered to do it before I opened the rooms. Not a big deal. There's probably a way to tell it that is the default, but I don't know if that'll screw something else up. So I'll just I'll just remember to manually do it every morning. So the quality is going to be different for different things. Usually the quality, depending on what your alert is, it could be the next high or low looking left, or how many days it's been in. You're going to, I mean, I haven't used the quality, but for instance, okay, the only time I've used the quality, let me just see if I've got my block trade. Okay, so for instance, in this particular case, the quality. So this is a block trade. And by the way, who was asking? Not you're asking for unusual prints and all that, Travis. So you might want to take a look at this and only run it in the last hour as an example. So you see what the quality does when you're using the block trade alert. It's actually telling you how many shares. So it's going to be different in, depending on what your alert is. So it really depends on what your alert is. So if it's probably I'd have to have, so yeah, but I have to know what your alert is. You see, the reason why it's See, this is the alert, okay, which is shares, number of shares. Okay. So that's why in the quality, it's telling me, okay, in this block trade, this is exactly what was traded. That's why it's showing in the quality column, it's shares related. I have to see what yours is. No idea, Travis. I have no idea. All I can tell you, the block trade is it tells you in the and that's why I would add the description. It'll tell you was it at the bid or the ask or in between. That's all I can tell you. So sweep orders, no idea. All I can tell you is okay. Again, do when you configure when you take a look at it, you can go to the help. Okay, click on the help, and it'll tell you. So maybe it's the number of days it has been above the 20-day moving average. I don't know. I'd have to actually see it. Most people don't even know the quality column exists. Okay. But it definitely means different things for different alerts. But you could take a look at it and just eyeball it, like the number of days. Maybe see is it referring to the number of days it's added? It's been above the 20-day. I don't know. I don't really think in that block trade one, yeah, I can see that makes a difference because I mean, if you want to use the block trade alert, I'm sure it would be handy to know exactly how many shares. So that would be handy. Otherwise, I've really never seen a reason to use the quality column or the quality column. Well, come on, Inod. Yeah, this is turning into not too bad or the little piece I have left. 1422 is the next high, both on the daily and the weekly chart. So, but my guess is that it'll stall at as the closer it gets to 14. Have I heard the term lotto trade? I think so. I mean, to me, it just means like, very, very low odds. You're buying a lottery ticket, hope that it hits, I guess. Making a making a small bet on something and hope that you get the huge win, I guess. You hear it. I used to hear it every now and then. Somebody would buy like a whole bunch of stocks, some penny stock, literally a penny stock or a 2 cent stock, and they say, I'll throw $1,000 into it and hold it for a year or something, see what happens. There might be a different definition, but or definition, but that's how I would view it. Things I do not do. Well, see how it works, Travis. You're building a small lotto trade scan, and this is my approach. This is from our YouTube room. Boy, look at ICAD. Wow. Unusual volume at the end of the day for a 1 to 2 day hold with a stop. Well, see how it works. I cannot tell you that. That sounds like a great idea or it's a bad idea. Never tried it. Best thing to do, try it out. Don't use real money. You can try it in the simulator, or if you don't want to use the simulator, just jot it down. But yeah, try it, see what happens. That to me would not be the sort of the definition of a lotto trade, but hey, listen, just try it. Yes, Cam, it is amazing how crazy as it is, the whole numbers. Because when you think about it, it's just another number, a penny more than 11.99. 12 cents is only a penny more, but it is amazing. It's just all psychological. I don't trust myself. I'm just worried that something will happen like it happened the last time. This device is currently in use. Change any properties during use may cause audio application. Yeah, never mind for now. Yes. But even so, I mean, so I clicked on it. I click on it or expand it or click on it or anyway, I'm not doing it now. Definitely not doing it now. Audio can be such a bad word. What is my monitor setup for trading? I have three 30, I want to say 34-inch 4K monitors. I could probably, if I were trading by myself, I could probably, oh, I know I could. I could just have two, but I've got two, I've got a couple of, I've got this and I've got YouTube and a few other things, but I could easily just have two. Boy, this iCAD, doggone it. Why did you have to do that? I was really interested in it. I had a press release this morning. What was that press release again? Yeah, this company signs an agreement with, ah, agreement with with Radiology Partners. Okay. This thing, well, if you're in iCAD, I don't want it to pull back at all, but if where's the VWAP, it's way too far away, 307, way too far away. Every time I see this, it's making a new high right at the top here, guys. The iCAD just keeps making a new high. Now I'm wondering, why is this red line here? Must be the next high looking left on the daily chart. Yeah. So that's the next high looking left on the daily chart. So if you're in this one, 376 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. The weekly chart's got more room. Give me a moment. Here we go. So there you go, guys. So that's a good indication. So when you look left and you see a red line on the daily chart, and you see that same red line on the weekly chart, and it doesn't make any sense, that means that that's the next high on the daily chart. So you wouldn't have to. I didn't really have to expand that. All I had to do was go to the line, and I could see what that is. And of course, it tore right through it. Joby, what's going on with Joby? I don't know. AOBY, of course, the EV or VTOL sector. Yeah, don't know. I mean, topping tail, bottoming tail, don't really know. Okay, so there was an article amid circulation, a New York Times article on air taxis, but that was earlier. That was at 1 o'clock. Well, there it is. No, that was at 1 o'clock right here. So I don't know. I don't know. You probably have to read that article. Maybe that's had an effect. Do I think ENVX has more room down? ENVX. Well, you know what I'm going to do, Luca? I'm going to look left. Oh, I see. So it's pulled back from its highs. So this was not, well, I mean, 2114. Actually, I guess this is actually, oh, I see. This is from our AI also, but there was the alert at 2141. I don't know. I mean, the lows in the pre-market 2114. So I suppose the low yesterday was 2017. But you've got a pretty big bottoming tail right to the AI alert. to short. So, it got right there, and then the buyers took over for a while. But the buyers also had it up here. So this right now to me, it's this indecision. You got a topping tail, you have a bottoming tail, sort of indecision. I mean, the trend is down for sure, but to me, it's just sort of more indecision than anything. This PGY. This was a super active one a while back. Oh, quite a while back. Seemed I don't remember. I mean, I do remember this. This is about a year ago, last July. Yeah, about a year ago when this one was going crazy, got up to $35 approximately. Pagaya, Israeli stock, another one of those Israeli stocks. All right, 205. 205 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So, I mean, there's a shot. Obviously, then the next high is way up here, 822. It's extended now, though, but maybe tomorrow, maybe this week, rest of this week, who knows? Maybe it gets going again. So, what I'll do is I'll just set an alert maybe around 213, 215, see if it can clear to. Um, Not a low float, 291 million in the float. Let me make sure. I don't believe that based on that move. I know I've gone through this exercise before with this. Trying to check the float. No, that is the float. Another site has 275 million. But so what I'm pretty amazed that it did this with that float. It's hard for me to believe that it would have that sort of a move with that float. This is back last July. Oh, Luca, you're very welcome. You're right about the company aspect. I mean, Luca's saying, keeps him company and all that. And one of the reasons why, even before I was doing this, I always wanted to be in a trading room. Now, I did not have a moderator talking to me all day long, but just, trading can be incredibly lonely if you're sitting there by yourself, 5, 6, 7 hours, how long you're willing to spend in front of a computer. And so I always like to be in a room just to, throw around the ideas. For some though, it's a distraction, and I get it. So this Hyperion or Hyperfine guys, HYP, oops, this HYPR, it's kind of getting more interesting. It's like it's settling down. If it can take out that high there, what do we say that the only issue is I think 333. Yeah, 335 is the next high. 330 is the next high. This, then after that, the next high is $4. Was there news on this one? Oh, this was the one with the stroke, better stroke care. Okay. Here's a bank that is continuing to move higher. FBK, I think it's a bank. It's got to be a bank. FBK, yeah, FB Financial. Earnings play doesn't trade very much. Wow, 294,000 shares. That's 5 times normal. So this does not trade very much. But the banks, let's take a look at XLF. Probably moving further and further away from that 200-day moving average. Yes, look at that. So remember, all this was, during the regional bank fiasco. All of this. Well, there's the HYPR. I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll just blast right through 330. Not in it. Only thing I've got right now is a little bit of the INOD, guys. Now, CAMT, keep an eye on CAMT. I think CAMT is getting through the VWAP. 44.24, yes. So CAMT got through the VWAP. And remember, Bank of America put a $50 price target on them. So nothing, it's not that it's going to hit $50 necessarily, if ever. And you know what? This is just looking at the spread here. Yeah, it's a terrible spread for $44 stock. Why? Well, look at the float, 27 million in the float. I was actually all set to take this, and I was anticipating like a 2 or 3 cent spread. But here is the spread. 44.18, 44.50. That's terrible. Now, if it moves $2, that's not bad, but I can't take that trade. I have to just shy away, even though it's through that 200-day. But that's a little bit misleading, because if you took this trade right now, you'd have to take it at 44.50. You could try getting it in between, but your P&L would reflect the bid. At least most of them do. So you bid at a loss immediately. Now, it may not matter. I mean, look, the bid is trying to catch up to the ask, but again, this blue screen or blue window you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And this is the reason Bank of America put a $50 price target on it, raising it from 30. So I guess earlier they must have, maybe what is, oh man, look at ICAD. Look at ICAD go. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Well, here's another one. Look at the power of the whole number so far for ICAD. What did it get to? 397. Okay. Stopped. So far. What do these guys do? Pagaya, other financial vehicles and development. Oh, AI. Okay, so this is an AI play. Okay, so this is an AI play. So this probably would happen. This is probably the week that a lot of the AIs went crazy. So it didn't matter that the float was so huge. And this is for the PGY. And it started trading like this. I think this was an IPO or a SPAC. This is about a year ago, last June. Oh, T-Doc still has some room. 24.35 is the next low, about $1 away from that next low. Problem is, bit of a chase right here. Let's use the buy button on a conditional buy alert for ICAD. Okay, let's just do it. See if I can drop it in and put it at 397 just to show you how it works. And why didn't it work? Oh, I know why. I think I know why. Maybe not. Oh, I'm just not talking. No sense. I'm trying to figure out why is it not working. Let me just do another one. PRLD. Hmm. That's why. That is exactly the reason. Just give me a moment, guys. There we go. Okay, let's do it again. So let's do the ICAD. Let's just say, I thought, well, if it breaks 4, sorry, I want to take the trade. I'm going to put it up here. There we go. So what I've done here is I put in an order in the simulator to take ICAD just to show you how it works. Okay. ICAD at $4.02. Now the stop is way down here, low of the day. I could adjust that, of course. The problem is when you have the stop fixed on an order like that, it's going to share size you. But I would never have a stop way down here. I'd probably have it up here, which means you would be taking more shares, etc. But just the mechanics of doing it. I don't use this. I don't use chart trading at all. This is about the only time I would maybe use chart trading, though. The only problem I've got with doing something like this, though, is that yes, right now I might think it might be a good idea. Okay, but what if this really pulls back like a lot? I think it's okay right here, perhaps, because it's close enough to the price, and we get some volume that pops through. Yeah, maybe that makes sense to me. But if it really pulls back and then all of a sudden goes on an extended run, it becomes really extended. Why would I want to take the trade there? So that's kind of the issue I got with doing that. If that makes sense. I'm just old school anyway. Just like to do things manually, but we'll do the same thing with the PGY. I put a price, yeah, around 215. So we'll do the same thing. What I might have to do is do it on the weekly chart so I can see it. There we go. So again, it'll buy it at 215 and put a stop at the low of the day. It's up to you, Magic. There's no right or wrong. I only use a 15-minute chart, really. Some will use a 1 minute, a 2 minute, a 5 minute. There's no right or wrong. Okay. And I don't use EMA, so I only use VWAP. Now, the VWAP is the VWAP, though. There's no such thing. The VWAP is the VWAP. 189 is the VWAP, as an example for PGY. Doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. EMA, of course. But the VWAP is the VWAP. I don't use EMA, so I can't really. And as far as time frame goes, there's no what should you do, okay? I use a 15-minute chart almost exclusively, okay? But there are some that would think that's crazy if you're day trading. You must use a 2-minute chart. That's fine. Well, the VWAP is a the VWAP is the VWAP. There's no 5-minute VWAP, 10-minute VWAP, 15-minute VWAP. Okay. Well, it's more, in my opinion, it's more universally used, but again, only my opinion. But listen, there are lots of people I know. For real, we're in the room. He uses the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Okay. Well, it could be support. Sure, it could be support. Hear us talk all the time. I'll pull back to the VWAP. Some people like Steve Gomez. Okay, Steve, who will be in the YouTube room on Thursday. I do have What if that's the 10? Yeah, that's the 10. He uses the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, and he almost uses it religiously. He watches, he doesn't do anything. He would never take this trade. He would have to have it pull back to the 10 SMA and see what it does there. Okay. As an example, that's his style of trading. Not saying that's not saying that is the best, the worst. It's how that's what makes sense to him. And it seems to work and it works for him. So that's what he does. I mean, it could be support. Sure. It could be support. Doesn't have to be, of course. I mean, just because we look at a line in a chart and think, okay, that's going to hold it, doesn't have to, but does it probably more times than not? There's no such thing as which is better. Actually, okay. It all depends. I mean, the EMA it's a faster. I think well, there's no such thing as which is better. I mean, Steve Gomez uses the 10 SMA. I know Real uses the 80 MA on the 15. I think they're probably very similar, the 10 SMA and the 80 MA. If I put the 8 EMA on here, you probably see some similarities, but there's no such thing as which is better. The only thing I will say is on the 200-day moving the daily chart. I think that universally the SMA, the 200-day SMA is used. I know there are probably maybe some people who might have the 200 EMA, but it's certainly not universally used. Intraday, yeah, EMAs are you just have to, but there's no such thing as which is better. Thing is, you don't want to get so overwhelmed by having so many different indicators on your chart. Notice what I got. I'm no, I'm not. Listen, I, have a very simple style of trading. I don't need a lot of indicators. Others might say, well, no, I need the MACD, I need the RSI, I need stochastics, I need everything under the sun. And if you can make it work for you, and I'm just talking in general, then go for it. I tried them all. Believe me, I tried them all. But what I found eventually is that number one, my charts were way too cluttered, and I'm just getting so confused. You guys are talking about Dragonfly, right? BFLI. All right, guys, kind of quiet. All right, guys. let's see. Yeah, things have really slowed down quite a bit here. Well, there's the T-Doc now. Now the T-Doc had a little bit of a pull up. Now the only issue I've got, well, big issue actually, 25. It's too bad. 25 looks like it could hold it up. I'm just looking at the pre-market, and but yesterday's low was 24.33, which is so it's too bad. I would have liked to have maybe taken an attempt in the short after that little pull up. Okay, I keep looking at this CAMT, but you know what? That's right. The last time I looked, the spread was terrible. Now it's okay. I mean, it's 41.47. It's okay over the VWAP. The issue is, are they going to yank that bid again, though? You know, are they going to yank? I mean, the spread's fine now, 41.47 for a $44 stock. That's fine. But remember, the last time we were looking, it was like 44.10, 44.50. And, but you just never know if they're going to yank that bid. They. ASCP from Vamonos, California, in our YouTube room. KSCP. Yeah, I mean, it's got room. 224 is the next high looking left. But again, for me, it's just a little too choppy. Just a little too choppy. A lot of volume, good volume, 2.5 times normal. I don't know what happened to my SPY chart here, why I've got these little gaps. That makes no sense. We go to a weekly chart. We go back to my 15-minute chart. There we go. Yeah, guys. Yeah, try to use the general market talk. Unless you're talking about, I know you're talking about the dragonfly, but it's more of a general comment. Okay, so just keep it in the general market talk, unless it's a specific stock only with that symbol in there. And Shady may not be around. Okay. Yeah, there's the next high looking left on the daily chart. Okay, that's for the RKLB on the daily chart. It is 780, but 17 cents away. So I mean, it all depends on where you put your stop. I mean, if you said, you know what, if it gets 17 cents on this, and I put a 4-cent stop, sure, that's a 1 for 4 risk reward. But putting a pretty tight stop on a stock that is, been jumping around a little bit. All right, guys, let's take a look at B Bio, see if it's setting up at all. B Bio when in the morning. Let's see if it's setting up at all. Yeah, chopping. Not really. There's no. I mean, it's over the VWAP 3492. It's over the VWAP. Maybe that holds it, but it is very, very too choppy for me now. Well, I had a price alert set for it at 760, but my issue is that 780 is the next high looking left, so it's still too close. I know I get very hung up on that, hung up on looking left. If I just don't see enough room, doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but I just don't see enough room. I won't take it. The SPY chart just keeps saying it. Well, the SPY is just sort of a general trend of the overall market. Okay, that's why to see what the overall market is doing, especially if you're not that I'm in a lot of trades that really follow the market, but within reason, a lot of trades will follow the market, even some of these ones, some of them, especially if all of a sudden you got a giant red bar. Okay. So I'll be right now. I'm really not that interested in doing in anything right now. I know it. I still have. Excuse me. I still have some of it, but not enough to make a big difference. It would have to get up to the 14s. All right, guys. The only other one that is well, the hyperfine. It's just got that 330 though. 330 looking left. So I don't know. Biggest thing is not to force a trade. Don't trade out of boredom. If you don't have anything that is setting up for you, don't just take a trade because, oh well, I'm bored, want to take a trade. Yeah, Cam, in that in this case, I will not say take your caps lock off. Okay, I nod. You get closer and closer. All right, guys. Now we're going to get the test of this of the noise canceling. We've got the leaf blowers almost outside my window, so if you can't hear them, I know it's absolutely working. No, we're not talking. We're not talking noise canceling on the my headset. We're talking noise canceling the software, so you guys can't hear the noise. All right, PGY guys. Give me one moment, guys. Where is that all-time high for the spies? That's at 470 mark. I mean, we're getting closer and closer and closer. I think it is. Anyway, let's take a look at the monthly chart. Yeah, 478, 479-ish. Stick an alert. I'll stick an alert up here. So now that the banks are releasing and there's no devastation, I mean, if the banks had released and just showing atrocious profits or something to that effect, obviously we wouldn't have the day we're having. But it looks like the banks are in the clear now. So hey, I tell you, Maggie, and again, I'm not trying to be, I'll use the term mean. I cannot tell you what a good trading plan is going to be for you. Everybody, the trading plan for you is the one that works. I know it sounds flip, but I cannot say, yes, that is a great trading plan. It wouldn't be my trading plan, but yeah. So I mean, you're talking about trading 500 to 1K in a penny stock. So, that it's a hit or miss on a penny stock. Obviously, you might strike it big. You might lose all your money on the stock. I mean, it all depends. I mean, it always looks unbelievable when you see people, especially on the internet. I got in this stock at 10 cents and it's at $10 now. So I cannot tell. If you're trying to increase your account because you think you're going to hit it big on some penny stock, hey, it may work. Yeah, so tomorrow after hours, that'll be a big one. You know, Tesla, obviously. So this morning I was watching it. It was yeah, I was doing this. So, in advance of earnings after hours tomorrow, looking interesting. And I don't trade through earnings ever. Okay. So if anybody's going to ask me, what do I think what's going to happen with Tesla? I haven't got a clue. So this started here. Interesting. So this started a little less than a year ago in August, this ETF specifically for Tesla. Well, I'm actually, and Netflix also. Netflix, okay. Now, Netflix will be very interesting. I said this yesterday. Now, look at Netflix ahead of earnings, guys. I mean, there is a lot of bets being placed that it's going to be okay. Now, let's take a look at Paramount just for fun. PARA. Well, it's trying to come back, but I mean, and anyway, my point in all this is that Netflix will be somewhat. Just give me one moment. Okay, so anyway, Netflix will be somewhat sheltered from all this stuff that's happening in Hollywood right now, with the actors going on strike, and the screenwriters have been on or the writers have been on strike probably for a couple of months now. So again, this is the first time both of them have been on strike together since 1960. So what does that mean? Well, Netflix, though, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of things that were supposed to be happening on Netflix too, and Paramount and Disney and any of the other streaming service, Paramount, no, that's the PARA, um, that have been obviously postponed. Netflix has the huge advantage of having international movies and TV series, etc. So I think they will be sheltered. They are more sheltered than the rest of the streaming services. Yeah, you know what they found on the subscription sharing thing? They cracked down and then, oh, I'm going to unsubscribe from Netflix. Baloney. That's not what happened. So anyway, that's why I think no, that doesn't mean I'm going to trade Netflix to earnings. I'll trade, if I traded Netflix, it would be the day after. But it's just interesting to see what the sentiment is right now. Well, I love Netflix, and we watch my wife, and I we watch a lot of the Spanish and French stuff. I've got my basic knowledge of French, and of course, she's speaks Spanish. So, but we dub it. I mean, we watch the if subtitles and all. So I like a lot of that international stuff. In Fiesto, I think I saw that one. Rings a bell. Okay, guys, I am watching the PGY. Okay, the longer it holds over two. No, the only issue is these popping tails. And what does it mean? It means the buyers have been trying to get this higher, but every time the sellers have been knocking it down a bit. Not huge. I mean, we're only talking 209 down to 205, but we really, I think if it can take out 209 and make it running. You've got to have a clear head if you watch Dark, Sarah. That's a mind boggler. Juggling all those time frames. Or yeah, I mean that was a well, there's the RKLB. I mean, it's approaching that. I just wish all this stuff weren't here. I know I'm just so conservative when it comes to this. A lot of times it doesn't matter. One high left, but I've just been I've just conditioned myself to just do that and not worry about it. If it runs, it runs. Look at this market. Talk about running. I mean, this has been one of those days, guys. I mean, this market has not had one real pullback at all day. Straight up, pause, straight up, a little pause, straight up, an hour of a pause, straight up, just a continuing higher. Probably not, Christine. I'm going to feel like I will be chasing it. I mean, if I had not been so conservative, I mean, there's your first alert, 726 at 958. So, I mean, from there, well, there's the Pagaya. Let's see. It looks like well, I don't know if it's going to hold two. So you notice that none of the conditional buy alerts triggered in the simulator. Okay, here's the crazy one, guys. The CLBR just made another new high. CLBR. Now that was the SPAC. It just made a high. You're going to do this one. Be awfully careful. Have a big stop. I would not be taking very many shares. What did it get up to? 1375. Again, be really careful. Oh gosh. Look out, guys. Look out, look out, look out. 14 coming, maybe? Look at the volume that came in. Second biggest volume bar of the day on the 15 anyway. Okay, guys, I'm just watching to see if this takes out 14. I've got a little bit of it. Well, I've got some. I've taken some off. And if 14 happens, there it goes. Where is that Leanne? This is what I was talking about, Leanne. Now, this is a wild one. Okay. Where's that Leanne? I mean, look what it did. It did nothing, nothing, nothing. All of a sudden, volume comes in, kaboom. Oh, that's okay. I'm not, you don't have to say anything. I'm just teasing you a bit. Yeah, I'm out of most of it, guys. I don't have any trust it's going to keep going higher. But anyway, that, nice quick trade, all time high. Okay, good for you on the iCAD then. I wonder if I don't even know if I have shorts available for iCAD. The answer is yes, actually, ton of shorts. I can't understand 23 million in the float, and there are 1.7 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Surprised. Now, CLBR is as it seems. I'm going to put an alert at the high of the day and see if it powers through that later on. So it gets traders interested. Yeah, I'm just not very good at that, Leanne. I'm not good at reversals. I'm just not good at playing tops or figuring out bounces. So doesn't mean I'll never do it, but I'm just don't concentrate on finding those sort of setups. But absolutely, yeah, he's made a lot of money with that book. Okay, guys, give me one moment. Be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Tiger Cub. Well, first of all, welcome. Um, no, when you say you're a new user, are you a new trader also, or just new to trade ideas? Okay. Well, I mean, you can schedule a one-on-one. I'd rather not. Wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, you can schedule a one-on-one, but I'd instead of spending your money on that. Um, oh, I mean, yeah, we do have a lot of videos. Um, Even if you just look at the basic, did you take a look at the getting started? Just the introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows? Did you at least do that and take a look at our user guide? The user guide is completely up to date. But for instance, if in fact, I'm going to go over this anyway right now. All right, so I just put my homepage link in. Okay, right here. I'm going to put my homepage link in, Tiger Cub. So when you click on it and you scroll down just a little bit, okay, education section is right here. So click here. And then here is our user guide. So, I mean, you want to understand the basis behind trade ideas. I mean, the getting started is, you probably already downloaded and done the install. So you don't have to do all of this, but I would absolutely look at the alert window. I mean, that's what we're all about, real-time alerts, top list windows. And you might be interested in stock racing. I don't know. But certainly alert windows and top list windows, you should know what they are. That's the basis behind trade ideas. This is the screening aspect. This is the real-time alert aspect. I would also familiarize yourself with how to put a price alert on a chart. Okay. So, but certainly alert windows, top list windows, and price alerts. I would really take a look at these sections. I don't really think you have to spend money. Okay. And this is the latest guide. It's very up to date. And depending on what sort of a trader you are, always sounds like trader you are. I have scans here that I've created. Some of them, I don't know what your trading style is. I'm more of a momentum trader. I'm looking for stocks making new highs or lows for the day. But I've got some scans that I am sharing here. You can take a look at them. I would just hate for you to spend your money when a lot of it you can, as long as you're willing to put in some time in the guide, taking a look at alert windows and top list windows, so you have an idea of what trade ideas can do. So as far as Holly goes, there's nothing really. All this is what we're doing with Holly. I mean, all you have to do. You have our premium service, number one. Okay, so there's no auto trading the AI. Okay, it's that simple. There is no auto trading. I think we're going to be eliminating it completely. Okay, so really, it's just a matter of what you should do is just click on new, and then whoops, click on new from our toolbar. Are you using the web-based version or the downloadable app? Do you have a toolbar that looks like this with file, new, tools? Oh, good. Okay. So if you click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window, and this is what you're going to see. Okay. You just load it in the morning before the market opens and wait for the alerts to happen. Now, how I use this, I don't, I mean, I don't trade the AI that often. A lot of the setups aren't what I want. but I use it like a watch list. So if you say you've got some trading experience, then you can maybe find a way to trade some of them if they meet your trading plan. The things that I happen to like in the AI, excuse me, would be ones, typically less than $20, but that's just me. So there's Hyperfine as an example. You had an entry at 285, you got to stop 246. How you're going to trade it will be up to you. There's nothing. Well, we strongly recommend no. Okay. Strongly recommend no. You should, if you have some trading experience, when you get the alert, you click on it, you see what's happening. If you have you should have some kind of a trading plan. And if you like what you see, then you trade it. If you don't, then you don't trade it. Okay. Just give me one moment. The way I look at the AI, it's just an automatic idea generator. Okay. You don't have any control over it. In other words, you don't have any control. Well, I only like to see stocks between a certain price or market cap or anything like that. Okay. The breakout long, breakout short. There were no breakout shorts today. But in theory, and I say in theory because I think we're going to get rid of a lot of these. I know Michael Noss is just clamoring to get rid of a lot of these and just have the breakout long and shorts. But the it's not unlike saying right here. Here's my momentum up scan. Okay, my momentum up scan. So if I right click on it and click on configure and then click on summary, this is what it's looking for. So in this particular case, stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day. 300,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Okay, so here, this is the screening aspect. And if a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. I have no idea what stocks are going to show up tomorrow. Obviously, right? I have no idea. Nobody can possibly know what stocks are going to show up that meet all these filter requirements. Well, that's basically what the AI is. The breakout long, we don't know what stocks are going to happen tomorrow in the breakout long. And some of these other strategies, I don't even know if they'll so-called make the cut. Making the cut, and again, too bad you weren't around between 12 and 1 and get Michael Noss's take on all this, but he would like to get rid of all of them except for the breakout long and the breakout shorts. Okay. But the theory behind the AI when it first started was we had, let's say, 50 strategies, 50 strategies. They'd be put through a back tester. Each strategy every night would be put through a back tester. And the strategies that made the cut would have to have a proper win percentage and basically a proper win percentage. And that's how a strategy made the cut. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen in the various strategies. Okay. No, I mean, the AI is, again, it's just think of it like a watch list that generates stocks automatically for you. That's why it's difficult to say. I mean, some people would have traded HYPR, perhaps got in right at 285, and they're up 12% if they've held it. Others may have waited. Maybe they got in later, or they didn't take it at all because it didn't meet their trading style. So everybody has a different way of looking at these alerts. That's why it's difficult to say, well, that's there's not just one way to trade them. Again, I use it like a watch list. So Travis, the question was, does it tell you, the only thing it's going to tell you is it long or short? I mean, yes, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but it'll tell you whether it's a suggestion to short it or go long. Now, I'll use this hyperfine as an example. If hyperfine closes near the high here, if you got in it, around the 285 level, and I'm just talking in general, and it closed near the high, and when you look left, there was a lot of room, okay, that it could keep going until it hit the next high. You can make a decision. Well, maybe I'll swing it. Maybe I will swing it. It sets up the way I like to swing things. It closed near the high of the day. I look left, and it's got not a lot of resistance nearby. So you can make up your own mind if you want to swing it. Okay. Now the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. That's just the way it's designed, but that doesn't mean you have to. Now, I'm not saying this one would be a good one. I mean, it's pretty, but if it were a more traditional, like Schwab, let's take a look at Schwab as an example. This is probably a really good example. So the AI had Schwab, and the alert was at 66.25. So it's a little bit under. Okay. At one point, it was up to 60. I mean, it didn't really do that much, but you may look at this and go, well, man, oh man. I mean, this had earnings. I'm looking left. Look at all the room it's got. I think there's been even some analysts that are upgrading it. The issue I would have with it would be the 200-day moving average, though, right above it. So what I would be doing if I took Schwab from the AI today, it really didn't do much, but I might say to myself, but you know what? What if tomorrow it takes out the 200-day moving average? I want to know about it. And maybe then I use it as a swing. So even though you may not, if you were in Schwab right now, I wouldn't swing it because I would have to wait for it to take out the 200-day moving average. I'm not a big swing trader, as most of you guys know. So I would have to wait for it to take out the 200-day moving average. But at least the AI alerted you to it. And now this could set up something that you might want to swing if it does, again, taking out the 200-day moving average as an example. Yes, I host this Monday to Friday basically between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. I do go later if there are questions. So I don't have to leave at 3, but I do go later if there are questions. Or sorry, I will stay later if there are questions. Oh, I didn't mean to put that there. Most of them should be pretty good. I mean, the guide is what you use because the guide, I mean, regarding alert windows and top list windows and all of that, that'll be completely up to date because it really hasn't changed. So I mean, if I click on, just give me a moment. So again, if I click on my So I click on the guide and I click on just the section on alert windows. Yeah, I mean this is all up to date. Just in general, what Trade Ideas is all about. I usually do this in the morning, but I have no problem doing it again. So Trade Ideas is a scanner. You might say, well, yeah, big deal. Well, there are a lot of screeners out there. Now, obviously, we have screening capability, but we are a real-time alert scanner. Okay, so let's really dive into that. And what does that really mean? So again, I'll use this as an example, this momentum up. So if I right click, configure, and we look at what is this scan looking for? So this is the screening aspect. Only I only want to see stocks between $1 and $50, etc. And if all of these values are met in the screen, with all these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay. So since 237, we haven't had one. Okay, that's the last time we had an alert, 237. This is now here we go. We just got a new alert right there. BPTS 338, 257. It just made a new high. Okay, as an example. Now, the screening aspect of trade ideas. I mean, if you want to find stocks, if you want to find the stocks that are up most for the day, from the open or from the close, or down the most, etc., or traded the most volume, highest relative volume, you want to rank them. Yes, of course we can do that, but that is not giving you real-time alerts. That's just ranking stocks. A stock that is up the most for the day, it could be falling. It's still up the most for the day when ranked among all the other stocks, but it could actually be falling. Okay, so but of course we have that capability, but where our power really is in the real-time alerts. So as I say, I am sharing my scans, but if you want to make your own scans, you say, I'm just talking now in general. So if I right click configure on this alert window, and this time instead of clicking on the summary, I click on search. So when you see all of these icons, you see right at the top, new high, new low. These are the real-time alerts, but we have a lot of them. Okay. I mean, if you were more interested in new 5-minute highs or 15-minute highs, but I mean, we have a lot of real-time alerts. Now, before anybody watching this right now thinking, well, how am I supposed to learn them all? Well, the good news, you don't have to. I mean, if you have a particular trading style, I mean, you might want to just, take a look at them to see, that looks interesting. You click on it, you click on the help, it'll show you what it's all about. And then down here, we have all of the different filters. Okay. And again, you don't have to learn them all. I use maybe 1% of all of them. But why do we have so many? Well, lots of different trading styles, lots of customers with all sorts of different trading styles. So instead of having to learn a programming language, we try to create enough alerts and filters that, for the majority of the customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan if they want to create their own scans. Now, you may look at this scan that I've got here. You may say, well, yeah, I am sort of a momentum trader, but I hate this price range. That's fine. You can take any scan that I've got and the other traders have that share, and you can of course modify it. So again, if you click on the icon for price icon, you'll see it's right there, 1 to 50. But if you said, well, I'd rather have stocks between 10 and 100, change it. I'd rather have stocks with a higher minimum volume, change it. Okay. And I click on the summary, you can see how it has changed. 10 and 100 now. Okay, so I mean, we have a lot of pre-built scans, but then you have the capability of starting things from scratch. You might have looked at this also, and I didn't save it, did I? No. Yeah, I didn't save it. Okay, but when you get used to using trade ideas, you might look at a filter that we've got and go, "Wow, that's kind of interesting." I see they've got a ATR filter. Maybe I'll add that. Okay, and see how that works. A lot of creating alert windows alert windows especially, a little bit of trial and error. You don't know what's going to work until you create it. And when I say work for me is I want to see what alerts I get. Okay. I don't take every trade, of course. I just want to see, but I want to get the alerts because they're meeting like my requirements, my minimum requirements, a minimum volume, a price range I want, making a new high. Now the next step for me, of course, is looking left. If I get something that has made a new high for the day, then I look left on the daily and the weekly and the monthly just to see, okay, where is the next high? If I'm going to take this trade right now, where could it stall at the next high on the daily or weekly or monthly? And that will determine for me most of the time whether I'll take the trade or not. But that's my trading style, of course. Well, again, these are not recommended. Okay, these are just ideas. Even this is not. Now, I don't display this. If you have premium, the reason I don't display it is because this is a part of the premium service. So I don't think it would be fair just to display it. Okay, but if you have this, I then what I display is what you see right here. I don't want to call them recommended. These are just ideas. This is an option play scanner that I created. I don't trade options, but what it's looking for are stocks having abnormal option activity. So you can see right here, HYPR. It is traded. It doesn't trade that. It doesn't trade a lot of option like total contracts, 1,700. But today that represents 451 times normal. Okay, so RKLB. Why is it showing up here? Because it's traded 42,000 contracts a day. That's 16 times normal. That's 1,686% ratio of 16. So I'm looking for this is just another way of showing stocks that are having abnormal activity in general, but specifically with options. I don't trade options, but there are some who do that use this. It allows them to at least find those stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So you can come into the room. Anybody who's listening can come into the room. Of course, ask me questions. So let me just one last time though. I'm getting set to shut down pretty soon. So if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. Again, if you're going to take out a subscription, help the room out, guys. This is a free room. Company wants to know that the room is pulling its weight. So if you use my promo code, if you do take out a subscription, use my promo code, save my homepage link, and then you can, at some point, you can use my promo code. That'll prove to the company that the room is pulling its weight. Okay. Also, if you save my homepage link, then at any point in time, you can take a look at my scans and that education section. Did I personally? No, I'm just a guy who works for Trade Ideas. Okay. And what language it uses, no idea. I don't discuss option trades on the channel, okay? Because I don't trade options. We don't scan for options actually. But as try to explain, if you're looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity, we can certainly do that. But I'll trade the stock. I don't trade the options. But there will be some in the room who do trade options. Well, that might, indicate perhaps a good option play. Okay. We have different traders in the room, of course. It's just not you're listening to me all day long. It's a lot of other great traders in the room. So there's Taurus as an example. He's talking about snow. Okay. And if what Taurus says, the long snow by the July 28th, 190-cent strike, risky trade, if it makes sense to you, you think, wow, that's interesting. Maybe, yeah, makes sense. Meets your trading style, your plan. Maybe you can maybe do the same thing or something similar. Yeah, I think Shady's been a subscriber longer than I have been. I started in 2010. I think Shady is earlier than that. Is that not correct, Shady? Or is that correct, Shady? And of course, you could probably, maybe it's in your account section. Maybe, I don't know. It might be in your account. It'll tell you when you signed up. Somewhere it will, but it doesn't matter. I know you've been around a long time. And the other thing you can do, of course, you want to practice a trading style or a strategy, you can use our simulator. I got to use it. I got to start using it more and demonstrating it. But you can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. You don't need a broker. If you're just starting out, you're not sure who your broker is going to be. Doesn't matter. By the way, it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. We're not broker dependent. This window here that we call Brokerage Plus. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can then use it to trade from within Trade Ideas. But doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. And again, it uses our real-time data. So if all you need is our standard service, you just click on an alert. Click on the alert and the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the exact number or from the drop down, pick the price you want to get in it, etc. What advantages? I mean, some people might find it more convenient to trade from within Trade Ideas. I don't know if you find that an advantage or not. I don't. I mean, I have Interactive Brokers. Now, the one thing is absolutely connect. I don't know how active. I don't know how many symbols you're going to click on all day long, Tiger Cub. But for me, I'm clicking on quite a few symbols all day long. Okay, so we have what's called an external linking tool, and we link with many brokers, including E-Trade and Interactive. So what happens is when I click on a symbol, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. I trade from within Interactive Brokers. I don't use this to trade. It's possible I would use it to trade, except I'm not going to toggle back and forth between live trading and simulation trading. Okay, I would have to have total concentration to do that. Okay, so what advantage? I don't know. I mean, I know there are a lot of people who use this just out of convenience, I suppose. But again, the linking though is great because even if you don't use this, we link. So when I click on RKLB, it shows up right in my order entry in Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. Yeah, probably too many. Again, I've been saying this for a while now. Next week I may have to. Those were the total number of options, ones that made it through the option scanner today. And when we get way into earning season, starting really, I mean, I know we're in earning season, but I'm talking about, the next month or so, I may have to increase the filter values here because I don't want to get inundated with alerts. It's it's okay to have it's okay to have a few alerts as long as they're spaced out, but you don't want to have a bunch of alerts at the same time. I don't mind having, the number of alerts, but I don't want to have like 10 alerts right at 10:41 and 10 alerts at 9:57 and 10 alerts, which could happen if I don't shore up if I don't increase the filter values to make it a little more selective. But that's what it looks like. They don't repeat today. There you go. So Oliver is saying uses Brokerage Plus and trading is easy and fast in TI. There you go. Did anybody trade Delta? Didn't see. No, Delta had earnings last early this week or last week. It was last week, wasn't it? Yeah, last week. So yeah, I mean Delta was an interesting earnings day. I mean, it had a big pop up and then it sold off all day. Next day it sold off. Now it's trying to come back a bit. Your son works there. Okay. Best to look at Jets, of course. Let's take a look at Jet, not Jets, but Jets. Jets. Look at how Jets is doing. Probably mirroring Delta. Yeah, look at that. So again, if you're not familiar with this, not you, Leanne, you probably know, but others, this is the ETF for the airline sector. So you can see it's basically, so if you don't want to trade a specific airline, unless that airline has really, specific news to it, you might just want to look at the ETF for the airline industry. You didn't know about Jets. All right. I thought you would have thought you knew about Jets. But one of the nicer calls of the day was PJ with Riot. I think it was Riot. Yeah. I mean, there's some nice calls all day. Shady had a few, but Riot was a great call because it was right there. He said Riot might be looking to go, and now the VWAP. Where's the VWAP? Yeah, the VWAP is a little. It's 1840 now, but bottom line is that it tore right through the VWAP. I think the VWAP was around 1838 or so, and it just broke out, and it got all the way up to almost 19. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, guys. Now I know the room opened just a little bit later. Chris, we had the perfect storm. William was going to be away today, and Chris had was tied up and he forgot. Well, it's web based, yeah. So it should be, yes. You can also follow on YouTube. It's a slight delay on YouTube, Tiger Cub. Okay, I do have I that's what it looks like. Okay. It's not as robust in terms of the number of people in the room and also the interaction amongst traders. But if all you did was want to hear me, you could go to YouTube. If you want to see my screen, you can go to YouTube also. No, it's a free room, completely free. We're trying to keep it that way, but it is completely free. Like and I say it like this because again, it's a free room. It costs the company money to keep the room going, and so they just want to make sure that it's paying for itself. So all I'm saying is that if you decide to take a person decides to take out a subscription, please use my link. That's all I'm saying. And then when you use my link, then the room gets credit. It's that simple. The room gets credit. Company looks at that and go, okay. Room is paying for itself. It's that simple. Oh, Leanne. On renewal, sorry, you went month to month, Tiger? Or did you take out an annual? Did you take out an annual? Well, yeah. So when does it due? And we're usually pretty lenient. I don't get involved in it. Okay. I don't get involved in the accounting aspect of it. So but if you do decide, if your annual is coming up, then I can probably get you a discount. Okay, just let me know, and you can use my code. Okay, well, January 2025. How's that possible? We don't have 2 year. Our annuals are just annual, so I don't know how you have an annual that goes to 2025. Okay, well then that's yeah, then the Black Friday code was you probably got at least 25% off, right? You might have got 30, yeah, 25. Okay, yeah. So that's the best I could do also. So there's nothing I can do better. Okay, guys. I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. I'm gonna hop on my bike and go for a nice bike ride. So the room should be open. I know we were about 10 after. Now, just to explain, the room is generally open a little bit before 8 o'clock Eastern time. So between 8 and 9, sometimes earlier. So between 8 and 9, you can converse amongst yourselves in the main room. And that's but I get on the mic at 9. And I get on the mic at 9 in YouTube also. Okay. Well, have a great evening, everybody. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. And YouTubers, same for you. We'll see you guys tomorrow.